Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. If you're watching this when this is not live, because this is live right now, be sure to check the description or the pinned comment. And in the meantime, we'll be in the waiting room, so we'll see you soon. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Welcome to Try Day Friday, where today we are going to be trying PHP and Laravel. I was going to say Laravel, but I think it's pronounced Laravel. This is going to be fun. There's a lot of people already here. People are very excited for me to try PHP today and Laravel. I'm probably going to say Laravel a lot, but I do believe it's Laravel. Lolavel? But this will be fun. So this has been a very anticipated topic. I know there's a lot of people that use Laravel that are in my chat a lot. So this is going to be fun. And can you hear me all right? I think I might increase my mic volume a little bit. Let me see. Maybe not. I went back to putting my mic not visible. Sounds good? All right, I'll leave it where it is. The main issue is when I brought the mic really close, there was a lot of plosives, and you could hear me breathing more, which I didn't like. So I'm going to keep my mic over there. Cool. Plan for today is to learn PHP and Laravel. Of course, the typical topics we'll cover is what is PHP and Laravel. I think one thing we'll also dive into, because it comes up a lot, especially for newer developers that come across PHP. Why is there so much hate for PHP? I think I have some reasonings. I don't hate PHP, but there's some reasonings for it, and so we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it because a lot of people maybe they've heard somewhere that PHP is a bad language or you shouldn't use PHP or something like that, and that prevents them from even wanting to try it. Honestly, I have a feeling anybody that hasn't seen PHP and Laravel before is going to be pretty amazed. It's extremely full-featured. And Moshiko, thank you for the 500 bits. That's awesome. Appreciate you. Oh yeah, and thanks to we had a sub before stream started. Watt Involt, thank you for the Prime, and Murdoch, thank you for the 45-month Tier 2 resub. That is amazing. So yeah, we'll talk about that. And Speedstrat, thank you for the resub as well. Awesome. 23 months. That's good. So I've never used Laravel before. I have used PHP. Stony! Stop it! Thank you, Stony. Thank you for the 10. You're too kind. You're too kind. Do you do Laravel and PHP, Stony? I appreciate it. I saw your messages. You're like, this is the day. We're doing it. You're excited? No, I'm happy to have you. I appreciate it. And Revolt, thank you for the Prime resub. What else are we going to talk about? So yeah, how do we get set up? And I will be honest, last night I opened up the Laravel website and started reading the docs, and it sounds kind of amazing. It sounds like one of the things about PHP Laravel is it's extremely opinionated. They have a tooling that kind of just gets you set up, and then you can just start coding. You don't have to worry about like what ORM should we use or whatever else. Like it's all just baked in. I think that's one of the things that is kind of missing in the JavaScript ecosystem. There's a couple of things in the JavaScript ecosystem that are opinionated, but for backend, not as much. And CodeMonkey, thank you for the sub. Appreciate you. Yeah, so we're talking about how do we get set up, and then what will we build? Because I don't know yet. I'm thinking, like, once we learn about it and, like, how easy it is to spin up an app, maybe we just try to do our standard CRUD, create, read, update, delete. Maybe we try API endpoints. I don't know. We're going to have to learn, like, what's, like, the preferred way of doing this stuff, because I do believe it has, like, server-side rendering, so maybe we do that. And, I mean, we could be boring with it, and we could just, like, build a blog, but we might come up with something slightly more interesting to do, maybe something, like, Coding Garden related. So I don't know. There's the Laravel Bootcamp. We'll learn about it. And Amita B has light. Thank you for the resub. You're very kind. Yeah, how can I read a RSS and a URL with PHP? Probably with an HTTP request to the RSS URL. That's how I would do it in JavaScript. We would just figure out how to make HTTP requests with PHP. All right. People are telling me start with Bootcamp. We'll see what the docs tell us to do, and if they don't tell us to do anything, we'll go over there to see what Bootcamp is all about. So once we get into it, we'll also have to decide: are we going to do like, I believe like server render pages with Blade, or are we going to use it with Vue or use it with React? And we'll vote on it when we come to that. So I'll show you in the docs where they talk about that, and then we'll vote on that. Right here. How do we learn? As we've been told, go there. All right, let's say hello to everybody, and then we'll start learning. We'll straight up get into PHP and Laravel. So. If you'd like me to say hello to you, you can say hi, hello, hello, hey, yo, cheers, greetings, hi, yes, up, what's up, morning, afternoon, evening, howdy, good day, coding hi-yo, vohio, or boga hey. If you say any one of those things, I will acknowledge you. I'm also going to take this time to, what's the word? Ask for money, I guess. we're in a hype train on Twitch right now, and if I've ever taught you something, or if you've ever gotten any value out of the stuff that I do here on the Coding Garden, I sure would appreciate some bits or a sub, or even like a YouTube membership or a super chat. Only if you can afford it, and only if you think that I deserve it. But I just will mention that that is something that you can do. There's also a bunch of other ways to support me as well. And thank you, Speedstrat. Thank you for the bits. You didn't have to do that. You already resubbed. That's not how you spell support. There we go. And thank you for the prime, Pierre. Appreciate that. All right, let's say hello. We're going back in time. Murdoch was the first to say hello 2 hours ago. Hey, Murdoch. Thanks again for that 45-month resub. And Pierre, thank you for the 500 bits. Here's the thing. So also why I was late today, I accidentally upgraded to OS Sonoma, and now when you click the desktop, look what happens. Everything just, I guess I could try to figure out how to disable this, but I'm not here to configure my OS today. And you might ask, how do you accidentally upgrade? I don't want to talk about it. I really don't want to talk about it. And I might actually downgrade. What's up, America 2050? Welcome in. And Milin, good to see you. And Arion, hello. What's up, Flo and Demerka and Little Twids and T Daskell from Romania. Very good. What's up, Ashley B and Eddie and Zeus and Practic and Jack Scott. Hello, hello. What's up, Watt and Volt? Yeah, good to see you as well. And Moshiko, thank you for the bits. Who says, I always learn something new from you. I appreciate that, Moshiko. And Luis, what's up? Hello. And Procaniel, hello. What's up, Gatun? And Zico and Veeb and Gorav, hello. What's up, Job Mania? And Late Key and Loco and Harsh Dev and Hazim, hello. What's up, Saint Lolek? And Keen, hello. And the Petite Principal and Ched. Thanks for the bits. I saw your tweet, Ched. It said you watched a Coding Garden for 186 hours last year. That's a lot. And Java clips, Java C clip, Java C slip. Thank you for the resub. I appreciate you. But yeah, Ched, thanks for watching so much. And Crom, hello. And Fob, hello. And Mark Boots, what's up? And One Computer Guy, hello. Amitabh and Speedstrat and Geraldine and Mike the Tree Climber and Lady Mario and Bruno and Nisho Jeeb and Diazalot and Marta Soren and Kaiga Mausa and Namantha and Purity Lake and Java C Slip and Kale or Cal. Welcome in, everyone. A lot of new names in the chat, but also a lot of old names in the chat, and a lot of names that I've only seen like in the past month or so. And I appreciate you for coming back. Yeah, I feel like here's the thing, Ched. It was weird to hear about because like we know each other in real life, so it's like, and Harsh, thank you for the bits. You didn't have to do that. I appreciate you, Harsh. Harsh has been watching for a while too. But yeah, me and Ched know each other in real life, and so the fact that he has just listened to my voice for 186 hours and I haven't listened to his voice for 186 hours, I feel like there's something weird in that, potentially weird in that relationship. I don't know. I'm not saying you shouldn't watch me, Ched. I just think about the fact that you hear my voice a lot, and yeah, basically I gotta just sit down and listen to Ched. Welcome in, new tools, new people. Exactly. That's what these Try Day Fridays have done. That they brought out a lot of people that don't typically watch because I do a lot of web dev, so they're here to see what I do and what I'm going to get into. And Razor One, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate you. To disable the show desktop on click, you can go to settings, desktop and dock, or desktop manager. Let's see if I can figure this out quickly. Settings, desktop and dock, desktop stage manager. Click wallpaper to reveal desktop. You can't disable it. You can just say only in stage manager. But I guess I did disable stage manager. Oh well, I think I got it. PHP and Symfony. Yeah, so is Symfony the package manager? Or no, Composer's the package manager. I don't know. We'll have to learn these things. And what's up, Steps? Good to see you. Thank you, Pierre. We figured it out. And hey, Fob. Welcome in. Yeah, that was a big hype train. I appreciate you all. The thing is, I normally don't point attention to it. I don't know. Maybe I have to be more shameless about asking for money. Your badge is there, Smiley. Maybe it was an older message. So my chat overlay, the older messages, if you didn't have the badge, it won't show it unless I refresh. Yeah. Composer is the package manager. Okay, cool. And then Symfony are packages. The stream will probably be about 3 hours long. We'll see. I mean, maybe we get done a whole lot quicker. Maybe. Let's get into it. Welcome in, everybody. Good to see you. Let's learn Laravel. Here we are. The PHP framework for web artisans. Let me do a YouTube intro of sorts. Yeah. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Welcome to Try Day Friday, where today we are going to be learning PHP and Laravel. So I have worked with PHP before, like in WordPress and some like one-off websites that I was working with at a consultancy, but I have never worked with Laravel. I've seen a lot of people talk about it. A lot of people in the chat have requested it. So today is the day where we learn it and we try it. So welcome in. Let's get started. All right. We're just going to go straight into the docs. And actually, one thing I like to do when we're doing these Try Day Fridays is what do I already know about the thing that we're about to learn, right? So, yeah, what do I already know? And then we'll validate these assumptions after we learn this stuff. So I know that PHP is I don't know if dynamic is the right word. Or if it's dynamically typed. I actually don't know the type system. But what I do know is that it's similar to JavaScript in that like you actually don't put typings on your variables or anything like that. It is I believe it's interpreted. Like it's not compiled. So we write our code in PHP files. And CF Steen, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate that. We write our code in PHP files, and then those are interpreted when the file is run. We don't actually compile it into a binary or anything like that. Yeah, and so, yeah, this is the other thing we know about it is there are $ everywhere. And this is how we declare our variables, I guess. We'll learn about this. And then what do I know about Laravel? I guess the other thing I'll mention is I know that PHP is used in WordPress. I know that it's a back-end, like web-focused language. I know about the LAMP stack from back in the day, Linux, Apache, MySQL, and PHP. What else do I know? It's old. I'll say it's been around for a very long time. Yeah, and I've used XAMPP, like the thing you can just run locally on your machine. Yeah, it has changed a lot, and we're going to get into that here, and in terms of why there's so much hate for PHP. Yeah, so it's a backend web-focused language, must be run on a server. Yeah. My last experience with PHP was probably a year and a half ago. We were doing something random on stream, and I was like, I want to get PHP talking to a Mongo database. and I spent like an hour trying to get a Docker container that, or like a Docker Compose that had a PHP web server, but also had like a MongoDB server. I whatever the version of PHP was a year and a half ago, that's the one we used. But we didn't use any framework, and that's where Laravel comes in here. So this is a web framework, and what I know about it, it is opinionated, which is why a lot of people like it. So opinionated basically means they have decided this is the way that certain things will be done, and then everyone that uses the framework follows those opinions. And a lot of things you actually don't necessarily have control over, or you don't get to choose how you do a specific thing. You just use what is provided, or you do it how they say you should do it. And this is good for a lot of reasons. It makes code bases more consistent. It makes it so that you could take a Laravel dev working on one app and then drop them into another Laravel app, and they already know what's going on. Whereas that's not exactly the case if we're talking about like a React developer. It's a weird comparison because Laravel technically is more of a backend framework, and React is more of a front end framework. But people typically build their own React stacks. Like it's not opinionated. So Laravel, I know, is opinionated. I know that it can do server side rendering. I know that it can do, or that it works with Vue. So I was a big fan of Vue.js, or still am, a big fan of Vue.js for a very long time. And one of the reasons that Vue.js started to get more popular is because Laravel started to integrate it with their tooling. And so you can generate a Laravel app that is ready to go with Vue.js. And so I know that. That's where honestly, one of the first times I heard about Laravel was when they started integrating with Vue, because there are a lot of new Vue developers coming around. What else do I know? I know the name Taylor Otwell, I guess is the creator. I don't know if that's how you spell their name, but I've seen them a lot on Twitter and such. What else do I know? Yeah. 2 L's? Cool, thanks. I guess this is really all I know. I know that, no, this is all I know. This is all I know, and we'll see. We're gonna try to learn more, and obviously we're gonna like, I guess, so let's also like write down what questions do I have, and see if I can get these answered when we're reading the docs. Is MVC involved? How much SSR is involved? Like, is everything SSR'd? If they're involving Vue, are they server-side rendering Vue, or is Vue just for the client side? Are there API routes? And I kind of already know the answer to this, but like, what ORM do we use? I don't know what we use. I do know that they have one kind of baked into the framework, and so you just use the one that they give you. But it'll be curious to see like how do we connect to a database and everything else. It's all of those, and so that's what we'll learn. Like, we get to choose what we're gonna do here. Okay. Let's jump into the docs. So here we are. We went to Laravel. We clicked on Get Started. I guess let's read. It's not always fun to watch me reading on stream, but I'm gonna read a little bit at the beginning at least. Okay. Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point to make, Mila. Is what does this compare to? And so I think that's something else. To do when we're learning something new is like, how is this similar to what we already know? And I know that like Sales.js or like Nest.js are more like full-featured Node.js backend frameworks, and so these are probably slightly more similar to like Laravel. I know that it runs on a server like Node.js. Yeah, and I have done a little bit of Ruby on Rails, and so I would probably say it's similar to Ruby on Rails as well. And as far as I know so far. Yeah, and then if you know Python, it's going to be similar to Django. Django. I don't think I would compare it to Next.js. Next.js doesn't do enough. Like there's still so many more decisions you have to make about your stack and what you add into your Next.js app. But yeah. And so I've never worked with Adonis.js, but a lot of people are telling me that, yeah, it is similar to Laravel. Cool. Yeah. Yeah, I'm purposefully not going to put next on this list just to make all the next people mad. Yeah, and then, but here's the thing, like, would you compare it to the T3 stack, though? Like, I guess the T3 stack has pre-assembled libraries for you to use, and, like, those are kind of the opinions, but they're not from the core community, you know? It's like a subset of the community. Like, people have decided they're going to build apps this way versus, like, the creator of a framework building apps a certain way, and basically everyone who chooses Laravel is building apps in the same way. Yeah. Yeah, I'm standing up right now. I am. You can probably see it on this view. I'm standing. Okay. All right. Let's get boring for a second and just read the intro and then try to summarize in our own words what this is saying. Laravel is a web application framework with expressive, elegant syntax. A web framework provides a structure and starting point for creating your application, allowing you to focus on creating something amazing while we sweat the details. Laravel strives to provide an amazing developer experience while providing powerful features such as a thorough dependency injection, an expressive database abstraction layer, queues and scheduled jobs, unit integration testing, and more. This is huge. I didn't know about the dependency injection aspect of it. So that'll be fun to learn. I'm familiar with dependency injection. I used that when I worked in Angular and in C#, so I'm familiar with that. This aspect of queues and scheduled jobs, that fascinates me. Like I don't think I've ever worked with a backend framework that had that built in, so that'll be interesting to learn about. Okay. Whether you're new to PHP web frameworks or have years of experience, Laravel is a framework that can grow with you. Will help you take your first steps as a web developer or give you a boost as you take your expertise to the next level. We can't wait to see what you build. Cool. So what did I just learn from this intro paragraph? It has a lot more built-in stuff than I thought. So there's even more built-in than I thought. Let's keep going. Yeah, so somebody recommended this. If you're new to Laravel, you should check out the Laravel Bootcamp for a hands-on tour of the framework. I think we'll do this. When we start writing some code, potentially we'll jump in there. Yeah, I think this is something else. I mean, they listed in their docs, but why should we use PHP in Laravel? Why should we choose it over whatever else we might want to do? There are a variety of tools and frameworks available to you when building a web application. However, we believe Laravel is the best choice for building modern full-stack web applications. We like to call Laravel a progressive framework. By that, we mean that Laravel grows with you. If you're just taking your first step into web dev, Laravel's vast library of documentation, guides, and video tutorials will help you learn the ropes without becoming overwhelmed. Yeah, Laracasts are a thing. I mean, these might have been some of the first coding tutorials on the internet, Laracasts. Maybe not. Maybe there was the ones about Ruby as well. But yeah, Laracast is a thing that I have heard of as well. If you're a senior developer, that's me, I think. I'm a senior dev. Laravel gives you robust tools for dependency injection, unit testing, queues, and real-time events, and more. Okay, if it has real-time, that's interesting. We could do something with like WebSockets, and we could involve the Twitch chat and the YouTube chat. You all, or I mean, not necessarily the chat, but you all could go to whatever site I build and interact with it in real time. Yeah. What defines you as a senior dev? When do you become a senior? That's a whole topic of conversation. But so here's the thing. Years of experience typically doesn't just make you a senior dev, but I have over 10 years of software development experience. There's that. Beyond that, it's that you've worked in positions where I don't want to answer this question. No, you're new here. Thanks for being here. We're working on something else. We'll talk about that later. Also, I've talked about it before. Go to my YouTube channel right now. Go to youtube.com/codinggarden, and you'll hear me talk about those things plenty. Okay. It is a scalable web framework. Laravel is incredibly scalable. Thanks to the scaling-friendly nature of PHP and Laravel's built-in support for fast distributed cache systems like Redis, horizontal scaling with Laravel is a breeze. It would be interesting to know, like, does Laravel run on something like Vercel? Yeah, so it does say it supports serverless with Laravel Vapor. Let's just take some notes here. And Nikki Poo, thank you for the resub. What can we do with it? It supports real time. It was literally their first question, their first chat in the Twitch chat. Oh, okay. I appreciate you, Eric Coates. Is that your first time watching on Twitch? Yeah, I didn't mean to be dismissive. I just I need to take a breath, honestly. Okay, we learned about we learned that broadcasting is a thing that you can do. So let me just add that in my notes here. And then Laravel Vapor seems interesting because this is going to let us do serverless deployment platform. Cool. You do have to pay for it, but fascinating. Use Laravel to build an HTMX app? That actually could, we'll put this on the list of ideas. Though I don't know why you would do that, because Laravel already has like server-side rendering and various mechanisms for that. Yeah, I appreciate that, Eric Codes. Yeah, I appreciate that. Okay, a community framework. Laravel combines the best packages in the PHP ecosystem to offer the most robust and developer-friendly framework available. In addition, thousands of talented developers from around the world have contributed to the framework. Who knows, maybe you'll even become a Laravel contributor. Maybe I will. Is this where we start? All right, this tells us how to create a Laravel project. I don't think I'm going to follow this because I would have to install Composer locally. I would have to have PHP. I think we want to go to the Bootcamp because there are other ways to get started. Like I do know that like you can use, there's like a command you can run from a Docker container or something like that. And I think I want to do that. Yeah. Cool. All right. So did I learn anything new by reading this? Not quite. I guess I did learn that they have queues and real-time events. Let's link to those. But this is more learnings. And we probably won't get into these today, but it is good to know that they have those things. Yeah, brew install Composer. Laravel Herd. Yeah, I think honestly, like they want to, I think they just want to show us like a basic Laravel app here. But I think I would prefer to get started with one of their, yeah, like this. So if you're developing on a Mac and Docker desktop, you can use a simple terminal command to create a new Laravel project. I think this is what we want to do. Yeah, I think that's the one because I am on a Mac. But we'll also look at Bootcamp. Let's see what else they have in their docs here. I wouldn't say Laravel is an npm add-on. I mean, it is a framework. It would be similar to how you could like install Express.js from npm, but Laravel, I don't know if PHP has like a package manager host where Laravel would get downloaded from. Yeah. Okay. So we have all the getting started stuff. We're probably going to look at starter kits, I think, and then make a decision on which one we use. Let's look at the architecture concepts. It's too many words. I can't, I'm live in front of people. I can't just read. Let's just get started. So let's look at Bootcamp to see what it says. And then if we can't figure out anything quickly, we're going to run this command and start writing some code. Could you follow along? Possibly, but I wouldn't recommend it. I would recommend go to their docs, find a tutorial that is meant to be followed along, because I'm going to be doing a lot of random stuff that isn't conducive to a complete beginner to learning something, I guess. So yeah, I would recommend, yeah, don't follow. You can try following me, but I'm also not going to slow down if you can't keep up. Is really all I'm saying. Yeah, we'll go into focus mode, and I'm also gonna let's set a timer. Let's set a 7-minute timer. In 7 minutes, I want to be running some PHP codes on my computer, and we're gonna figure out how to do that. So, the Bootcamp website is how to get started. So this guide will walk you through building a modern Laravel application from scratch. To explore the framework, we'll build a microblogging platform called Chirper. Oh, they're building like a little Twitter here. Choose your own adventure. Yeah, this is the decision we need to make. I mean, we obviously we could try all three of these, but Blade, I believe, is like server-side rendering. JavaScript uses client-side JavaScript with either React or Vue, and then Livewire is also server-side rendering. I actually don't know much about Livewire. So yeah, they're going to tell us right now. So Blade is the simple yet powerful templating engine that is included with Laravel. So looks a little bit like handlebars. We've seen this before. Your HTML will be rendered server-side, making it a breeze to include dynamic content from your database. And it also includes Tailwind. Fascinating. All right. Livewire is a powerful way of building dynamic, reactive front-end UIs using just PHP. Honestly, you won't believe it's not JavaScript. If you're a Laravel developer, you'll be right at home. Whoa. I mean, this is pretty cool because this combines the codes with the template like all in one. Fascinating. I guess technically you can have code in a PHP file here too. And I think this is one clarification to make right now is, in a sense, we are both learning PHP and Laravel at the same time, and it is possible to use PHP and not use Laravel. There are other frameworks that are comparable to Laravel or like potentially different in that maybe they're like API focused or something like that. But right now we're basically combining the two. It's going to be a little bit harder because we have to learn PHP and also learn about the framework itself. So that is something to keep in mind. JavaScript and Intertia. If you'd like to use JavaScript, we will be providing code samples for both Vue and React. We'll also be using Intertia to connect it all up and Tailwind to make it look great. This is tempting. All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna vote in the chat which one of these we want to do. I still have the final say. I'm not gonna let chat completely decide what we're gonna do because I have some opinions. Honestly, as web devs, it would make sense for us to choose this one, right? And then we could make the decision: do we want to do Vue or React? I want to see what the audience feels. Yeah, and I mean, and Hugo has a great point, right? If we're here for the PHP, we probably want to see Blade, honestly, or Livewire. But a lot of people in the chat are telling me that Livewire is not good. I don't know. I'd have to try it to see, form my own opinions. So yeah, there's opinion. I just want to see how the chat is leaning. So let's just do a straw poll. Where do we start? Blade, which is PHP SSR. Livewire, which is SSR React like backend, I think is how they described it to me. And then Intertia plus React or Vue, we would get to choose. All right. Here's the poll. I'll give you 2 minutes to vote, just to see where everyone is leaning. And then we'll go from there. Intertia, I think, does some server-side rendering, I believe. Actually, I don't know. If you're not sure which to select, we're big fans of Vue since it's beginner-friendly and extremely powerful. I do know that Intertia can be used with other things, not just Laravel and Vue and React. It's running a node server? That's weird. I understand that what comes with opinionated, but I still want to understand. Yeah, you want to see examples of it. Yeah, and I'll show you. Honestly, the first app we generate, just by looking at the folder structure, we'll be able to kind of talk about how opinionated it is. Yeah. Yeah, with Intertia, we would be doing less PHP. I guess with Intertia, would we basically be creating like API routes? and then using those API routes with our Vue app. Honestly, I mean, that's the way we're familiar with working with front-end stuffs. Yeah, we're split. We're basically split between these two. Let's do a runoff to see where the Livewire people are gonna go. So new poll. Intertia says it's React Review SSR. I do know there is client-side stuffs with even when you're using Intertia. If Intertia wins, we will vote on React Review, and then I'll pick the opposite, just to make everyone mad. I don't know. You can add SSR to Intertia. I see. Oof. Get your votes in now. Did I send it on YouTube too? Yeah, I did. Yeah, so go to the new poll. I'll give you 30 seconds and then we'll just pick one. Yeah, I think so. I think we're gonna go the PHP route. I mean, that's what's winning right now. But do not fret, because after we do some basic stuff with that, I would also like to see this, because this is like the closest to what I'm used to, using the some backend API with a front-end JavaScript framework. So I honestly want to see both. We're going to spend some time with Blade, because that is like pure PHP and such. And then after that, we'll try to at least build a basic app with Intertia. All right, let's get into it. So Blade is the winner. I'm going to run this command. So this says, if you're on a Mac, you can use sail. So how do we get started? How do we get set up? On Mac OS, we can run this command. Here I go. So I already have Docker Desktop running, so I think it's just going to use that. Let's see. Yeah. Just trust every command you see on the internet that runs a bash command. Fascinating. Yeah. So I already have Docker up and running. It's going to go ahead and pull all of the images that it needs. Fascinating. It is important to note that because this is dependent on images, it's going to be slow the first time we run this, but anytime we run this after that, it already has all of the images locally, so it won't take as long to run everything. It's currently 12:48 p.m. It's noon, lunchtime for me. I see what you're saying, America 2050. For an opinionated framework, those were a lot of decisions to make. Sure, but once you make one of those decisions, it is opinionated within those decisions as well. And I do believe Blade is like the original opinionated Laravel before they added those other ones. So that's what we're dealing with. It's pulling down a lot. We've got Redis, MySQL, Selenium. Best display ever. Yeah, I look like a hacker, don't I? Yeah, I'm gonna. I guess now we wait. I'll drink some water while we wait. Yeah, that's our hacker cutscene. All right, let's see if there's anything else. Your lights flickered? I'm in. Let's see if there's anything else we didn't answer on here. Yeah, we still don't know MVC. Like, I guess the answer to this is, what is it? And the answer is all of these. You choose where to start. Yeah. And then we did learn that the ORM is built in. We haven't used it yet, though, but we will use it. Cool. And so if I had to summarize, what is PHP and Laravel? PHP is a back-end programming language. Laravel is a web framework built on top of PHP. Built to run with PHP. PHP. It's full-featured, opinionated, and yeah, that's what we learned. Oh yeah, we didn't talk about this, and I would love to hear what people in the chat have to say, because I think we actually do have a lot of people that use PHP in the chat right now. Yeah, I'll add batteries included to this as well. Batteries included. Okay, my for a while my emojis picker wasn't popping up. Okay. Let's talk about, why is there so much hate for PHP? The first thing to note is that PHP has been around for a long time, for a very long time. Very long time. Let's look up and see when PHP was created. 1995, 28 years old. That's ancient in web tech, right? That's crazy. Since 1995. Okay, so given the fact that it is 28 years old, there are simply more opportunities for bad code to exist because it has been around for so long. And I guess let me expand on that, right? Like, every language, every framework, regardless of where you go, of what you decide to use, whether it's JavaScript or PHP, or even like C++ or Java or C#, there is bad code out there, and there are bad practices out there. But ideally, the longer something is around, the more best practices start to spread, and the easier it is to find well-written code because people are now following best practices. Because PHP has been around since 1995, there's a long stretch of time where there wasn't necessarily best practices. And there were a lot of vulnerabilities, and Chronix Dev was mentioning CVEs. So there are a lot of vulnerabilities just because people weren't doing the right things. And I will also say PHP is used in a huge portion of the web. Specifically because of WordPress. This was mentioned several times in the chat. WordPress is a huge portion of the web, and it is written in PHP. So the people deploying, 80% is what I had heard. I don't know if that number had changed, but a huge portion of the web is using WordPress. So in turn, a huge portion of the web is using PHP. That doesn't necessarily mean that every WordPress instance has custom PHP code or anything like that. Because a lot of WordPress instances are just using plugins and maybe a custom theme, not necessarily custom PHP code. But that doesn't change the fact that they're still running on top of PHP. So does everyone get what I'm saying there? So like the fact that it's been around for so long makes it so that there is potentially a lot more bad code out there than with things that haven't been around as long. Because no matter where you go, you're going to find bad code. You're going to find not best practices, ugly code bases, unmaintainable things. But because it's been around for longer, there's more of that. And so there's more of a bias towards thinking, oh, everything in PHP is bad, or every PHP code base I come across is going to be have bad practices or whatever else. So with that said, in recent years, things like Laravel have come along, and also PHP is still a living language. Quick break. We need a day to install Laravel. Is it done yet? Oh, it's done. It finished. It finished. It wants my password though. Give me a second. All right, we got it. But let's finish this conversation about why PHP is hated. This is the most hype for PHP I've seen since I started 6 years ago, and that's all in 1 hour. Yeah, people are really hyped today. But I would say, like, modern PHP is good. So basically, things like Laravel have really good built-in best practices, and building apps this way has spread a ton. PHP is a living language. So just like JavaScript gets new features every year, PHP also gets new versions and new releases, and they keep working on it. It's not like we're still using the same PHP that we were using 28 years ago. It is also a living language. And so, yeah, I mean, I think that's something that we can note, like Nandor is saying, that PHP and SQL injection used to go hand in hand. And that's just because there weren't good best practices that had spread to everyone that was using PHP. And so when we're using something like Laravel, we're going to be using an ORM, which is going to be automatically escaping our queries. Like there's a low chance of us having a SQL injection vulnerability in a Laravel app just because we're using best practices and we're using a library that prevents us from doing that kind of thing. So anytime you come across a dev on the internet who's hating on PHP, they either had a really bad experience working in an older PHP code base, or they don't know how to form their own opinions and they're just echoing what they've heard from someone else. So I'm here to tell you that PHP is a modern language that keeps getting updates. The community is nice. They try to proliferate best practices, and you can have just as good a time working in Laravel and PHP as you can in like node.js, or even in like C# or whatever else. Yeah, and I do also think that most people are echoing. So maybe people will start echoing what I'm saying. Okay, so that's all I have to say about that. Any other comments that we should add here? I think one of the reasons PHP got so much hate compared to C++ is because PHP is very easy to use compared to C++. Yeah, and since it's very easy to write, a lot of PHP beginners write them. Yeah, I think, honestly, that's another reason why there also is a lot of bad Node.js and JavaScript code out there. It's so easy to get started. A lot of beginners that don't necessarily know best practices are building things, and that results in potentially bad code. Now, that's not their fault, and I'm not saying you shouldn't you shouldn't try building things even if you're new, because that's how you learn, is by working in a bad code base or making mistakes. But it is true that if it's easier to get started, there's potentially going to be more bad code out there. Modern PHP is good means old PHP is bad. Not necessarily. It just means that because there's so much more old PHP out there, the percentage of it that is bad is larger than the percentage of even things written in more modern languages. Am I making sense there? like the percentage of PHP code that was written 10, 15 years ago, there's still more of that running on the web than there is like Node.js running on the web or anything like that. So by the nature of it, you're going to think that there's more bad code because there is more of it in comparison. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I think this is another good question, right? If it's bad, then why was WordPress built on top of it, and why is 80% of the web, or 70%? I don't know what the current metric is, but if WordPress used it and it powers a lot of the web, could it really be that bad? Yeah. Are we on an ad break? We will pause for ads, and then we'll ad will start soon, but when the ad is over, we're going to build an app. So stay tuned. Not type safe. Yeah, I'm curious if there is something in the PHP world like TypeScript, but I don't know. Yeah, if the Primogen likes it, it might not be that bad, right? Yeah. I used to code PHP for clients that use WordPress. I still think it's ugly. And that's okay. I'm not saying that you can't think it's ugly, but I think this has to do not with just PHP or not, and not just Laravel, not just what we're talking about right now. when you're dealing with frameworks and languages and web technologies, every person has their own experience with it, right? Every person has a reason that they don't like it, or a reason that they don't want to use it, and it's potentially hard to convey that to others in a nuanced way, other than just saying PHP sucks, right? Like I get it. Like if certain people have used PHP and they have the experience of saying, yeah, I don't like it, I didn't like it when I was using it, that's probably valid, but also there's more to it than just PHP is bad. Is like, why was it bad? How specifically were you using it that it was bad? Or what were you not able to do that you wanted to do? There's more to the conversation than just saying it was bad. So yeah. I don't know what kind of app we're going to make just yet. Yeah. Oh yeah, we'll run the ad on YouTube as well. PHP does have type support. Cool. Yeah. Yeah, I guess we'll have to learn about asynchronous stuff. Yeah. What's up, Blenik? Good to see you. No, yeah, we're done. We're done with this. We're just on an ad break. But I mean, maybe you're not hanging out where I am on the web. There is so much hate for PHP, and it's getting old. It's getting old. Yeah. Yeah, and Anisha Jib is mentioning the language has come so far. It's sad that so many people still diss the language because of past experiences. Yeah. Yeah. Where do I hang out on the web? I don't know. Twitter, Twitch. I think that's the other thing to mention. It is a meme to hate PHP, but let's move past it and build a PHP app. All right. Welcome back, everyone. The ad is over. It is now time to build a thing. Now, here's the thing. Why did it automatically create a folder called example app? Why didn't it ask me what I wanted to call the folder? Oh, well, let's just use it and see what happens. Because it's not MP. Wow, it's starting up a MySQL database? We're ready to go. Also, Selenium, is this going to be like our integration tests? Yeah. For sure, George, yeah. Yeah. I think, I mean, for me, it goes for, and it's not just PHP, like all of the hate for like Angular as well, that also is getting old. We can talk about that in a future episode. Okay, what now? It's running. What port is it running on? Did it tell me? Localhost 80? 8080? Why didn't it tell me? All right, everyone's saying 8080, but I want to know. Oh, is it running on port 80? How in the heck does it have privileges to run on port 80? I guess I did type in my password. Typically, processes do not have privileges to run on port 80. I don't like that. I don't like that at all, honestly. That feels weird. But maybe I'll get used to it. Maybe it's nice to not type a port in. Also, yeah, you're totally right. It didn't ask me if I wanted to do Blade or Intertia or the other one. Yeah. All right, we'll have to figure out strategy. Here, we have more questions. We have more questions that need answering. how to use Blade, because it didn't even ask us. This is so funny. All right, let's just, honestly though, let's look at the code that it generated. And then we'll go back to the docs because we apparently are missing something. But look at all this. All of this that we just get by default. It even has a package.json. Oh, it's using Vite? Did it choose the Vue.js version for some reason? Now we know why it gets the hate. No, but I think that honestly, this is one example of being opinionated. Like I didn't get to ask, I didn't get to answer any questions. It just gave me an app. Do not open my .env file on stream. What are they putting in there? We have an app key. Oh no, this is fine. There's nothing secret about my computer on here. And then if I deploy this, it's going to have different environment variables. Okay, we want to run Laravel new. Okay, but first of all, let's just spend 2 minutes looking at what it generated. We have an app directory with exceptions console. The HTTP directory has controllers and middleware. This thing is already set up for authentication. It has a model. I'll have to set up VS Code to work with PHP. We're gonna need that. Do we have a section on getting started? Yeah, how do we get set up? Okay. I am curious though. Let's just look at it. Fillable fields, hidden fields, some automatic typecasts of the type. Cool. What an interesting ORM. This defines our user model. Also recommend PHP Storm. Okay. I think we'll just use VS Code. We have providers, a bunch of config. There's so much stuff. There's so much stuff. We have some migrations, create user tables, create password reset tokens, create failed jobs. Yeah, this did a lot for us just for like this getting started app. We've got our views, welcome.blade.p. So I did use Blade. Check it out. All right, let's see how I did. Nice. I replaced the homepage. I found it. I guess since we're using Tailwind, I can do text white 500. Is that? I don't know. This is a little bit overwhelming, especially just getting started here. I think that command I thought was going to ask me more questions, but it just generated the thing. So it's just text white. Okay. I forgot where we even were. It was resources, views. Not quite. Still didn't work. That's okay. All right. This is fine. It's a lot, but I want to answer more questions about what it generates for us. So let's go back to the docs. We need to go back to the docs. All right, we did this. Great. To continue learning, review the complete documentation. And so, I mean, I guess we could just follow Bootcamp and build this little Twitter clone with it. Because this is telling us we need to install PHP and Composer on our local machine. Maybe this is what we want. Yeah, because this gives us a little app that runs. It gives us PHP, Composer, and then we don't need like the Docker container thing. Okay, we're gonna do this instead. This sounds good. Fob says no. Well, tell me why not. We do have some Laravel PHP people in the chat, so it'd be good to know. And what's up? Thank you for the raid, Adam. Welcome in, raiders. Yes, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Welcome in. Welcome to Coding Garden. I do a lot of stuff here, but specifically the past 3 Fridays we've been doing Try-Day Friday, and today we are trying Laravel. Laravel PHP. I'm mainly a node.js and JavaScript full stack developer, but today we're learning about Laravel. For all the raiders, I'll give you a quick rundown of what we've done so far. It isn't much, but I'll give you a quick rundown, and then we're going to try this herd thing potentially. But we have some opinionated PHP and Laravel people in the chat, because right now we figured out there are 2 ways to run the stuff locally. You have this app called Herd, which can start up PHP and have like Composer running, or we use Sail, which is using Docker. And we tried this. It just generated an app with just a bunch of stuff in it, and I have no idea what's going on just yet. So we're just trying to figure out the best way to start an app. I do think ultimately, because there's just so much going on, I'm probably going to follow the Bootcamp here. We're just going to do exactly what they tell us to do and get the Herd app installed and then go from there. There's just so much. I think I need more of a guided tour. I really do. Yeah. But yeah, thanks again for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. If we didn't get a shout out yet, shout out to Adam Learns. Appreciate you. Thanks for the raid. And what were you working on today? Merging Jump Royale pairs. Nice, yeah. Jump Royale is a really cool stream game that they made, where everyone in the chat can like jump on platforms. Cool. Okay. First project is always drinking from the fire hose. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Fob says, I can be your guided tour. No, we're going to go with Herd. I think here's the other thing. If we look at Docker Desktop right now, how many containers do we have running? Because we ran a single command and... No way. Okay, I mean, I guess this makes sense, but it's got the Laravel app, MySQL, Selenium, Redis, some search thing, Mailpit. Fascinating. That's a ton of containers. But we're going to go the Herd route. It's good to know that this exists. I think once we learn more, we could make a more informed decision about where to start, but we are going to do this. Click choosing your held. All right. Here's the thing. I'm installing Herd, but I will take a look at Sail. I mean, I haven't uninstalled Sail. I still have access to Sail. Yeah, but I mean, so here's the interesting note though. I did talk about how Laravel is opinionated, but you can see that the chat is split, right? We have some people that are like, use Herd. Some people are like, use Sail. So that's one part that isn't as opinionated. I'm lost. Are we sailors now? No. Okay. Really quick, let me follow the advice of someone that says, if you're using Sail, choose your Sail services heading. Choosing, okay. When creating a new Laravel application with Sail, you may use the with query string to choose which services should be configured in your new application's Docker Compose file. Available services include MySQL, Postgres, MariaDB, etc. If you do not specify which services you would like configured, a default stack will be configured. You may instruct Sail to install a default dev container by adding the dev container parameter. Okay, but where do we tell it that we want to use Blade and not Intertia? Yeah. npm install Laravel, yeah. No worries, Adam. We'll see you later. Thank you so much for the raid. No, you're good. We're just talking about what we're doing here. I appreciate you. Yeah, it's opinionated within the framework, but getting started apparently is not opinionated. Blade is always there. Then why? Okay, I guess technically we did just have a Blade view. I want to do Laravel new. I appreciate you all. Look, I'm going to keep track. I'm going to put this in my notes as like, okay, potentially other ways to get started. But we're gonna try Herd and Laravel new. Okay. So Herd is a thing. We installed it. Now it's running on my computer. We can see that Nginx, DNS mask, and FPM is running, and then I guess, do I say use PHP? All right, we're using PHP now. And that means from my command line, 8.2 is correct. Do we have Laravel on the command line too? We do. And do we have Composer? We do. Great. Now what? where was I even? I was on Bootcamp. Oh yeah, Bootcamp told us to do this. Or did it? This. Okay. Yeah. Now we can run this command. Here we go. We're just going to follow the Bootcamp. I'm kind of overwhelmed at the options at this point. Sometimes I like to just kind of choose my own path, but there's too much to try and choose my own path. So now that I installed Herd, I have access to the Composer command. This is going to generate a project for us and in a directory called Chirper. People are telling me Laravel new, but Bootcamp didn't tell me to do that, so I think we're going to start here. Now if I do PHP artisan serve, well, no, we have to cd into the Chirper directory. We'll do this. See what happens. All right, now it's running on port 8000. There we go. It's a similar starting point. Let's see what the code looks like. It's about the same. It's honestly about the same as we just got with Sail. But I feel more in control because I decided to run the command myself, whereas Sail didn't ask me anything. It just, I guess this command didn't ask me anything either. Every Laravel installation is the same. Good to know. It's the same, but without Sail. Okay, so yeah, it's the same starting point, which is technically a lot. And if it's the same, then it has a routes folder. Routes for web, console, channels, and API. And this looks somewhat familiar to me, right? This kind of looks like Express.js's way of handling routes, where you can say, what's the URL, what's the method, and then what do we respond with? And I'm guessing maybe there's a views directory somewhere? Maybe? But where is it? Let's see if I can find it. Resources? Views. There it is. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, and this is what we did earlier. We just replaced all of the stuffs in here. But to talk about how this is opinionated, because I mentioned that Laravel is opinionated. The fact that everyone in the chat that has used Laravel before knows exactly where the views are is an example of this being an opinionated. Yeah, so welcome.blade.php is not necessarily our index, but I see that they're linked up here. So, and honestly, so I'm just using my my programmer brain to let me know what's happening here. My guess is that if I created a different view and I called it banana.blade, I could make this the index, right? And then over here on the routes, I could say, let's load the banana view. Hello, banana. Banana? Banana. Banana. And now when I go to the homepage, it loads the banana. So it wasn't, at least as far as I can see, it's not necessarily file-based routing. Like you can call your views whatever you want, and then you hook those up with the routes using this. There might actually be a way to do like file-based routing. Yeah. So view name is always the file name without Blade. Cool. Okay, let's go back to the tutorial over here. We are here. Great. For simplicity, you may use SQLite to store your application's data. To instruct Laravel to use SQLite instead of MySQL, update your new application's .env. Do I want to do that? Is Herd running MySQL? I guess maybe I have to do that unless I want to just... I think this is why Sail is potentially better for this, because it just starts up an instance of MySQL for you. Whereas with Herd, I'm kind of on my own here. But it's a good point. We should install the Laravel extension. Herd does not run MySQL, yeah. Laravel Blade snippets? Sure. Laravel snippets for VS Code? Why not? Laravel Extra IntelliSense, that's what I want. Okay. Because what they are telling me is now that I have this extension installed, I should get some autocomplete. That's cool. That's what you want to see, right? I don't want to have strings everywhere and just hope that it works. That's what I want to see. Banana. Nice. Okay. Everyone's telling me, let's just go with SQLite. We'll do that. But basically, because I used Herd and I didn't use Sail, we will need to set this up for SQLite. So I am showing my .env, but all of this is running locally. I'm not. If I were to deploy it, I would choose a different app key. So this says set DB connection to MySQL, or sorry, to SQLite. We could start a MySQL container. I'm not going to do that. Honestly, I'm just going to quit Docker Desktop. We don't even need that running. If you do not have PHP installed locally, etc., okay. Installing Laravel Breeze. Next, we will give your application a head start by installing Laravel Breeze. Okay. A minimal, simple implementation of all of Laravel's authentication features, including login, registration, password reset, email verification, and password confirmation. Once installed, you're welcome to customize the components to suit your needs. Laravel Breeze offers several options for your view layer, including Blade templates, which is what we chose, or what the chat chose, Vue or React with Inertia. For this tutorial, we'll be using Blade. Awesome. Here we go. Let's install Breeze. I have to remove the other DB keys? All this? Did it tell me to do that? Remove all of the DB yeah, good call. Remove all of the DB star environment variables except for DB connection. Okay. Now, we are going to run a command which gives us Breeze. This is basically just going to set up authentication. It's going to set up everything for us when we run this command. Install this, install that. Yeah. But that was fairly quick. And now we can install. So composer require, I guess, downloads it, and then this will install it. I guess I'm not clear on what the difference between those two commands is. Breeze will install and configure your front-end dependencies for you. So we just need to start the Vite development server to automatically recompile our CSS and refresh the browser. I know how to run npm run dev. This feels weird though. We're in PHP world, but we do have a Vite server running, which is fun. Cool. So this is our front end, but I guess if we're using Blade, do we actually need that? Finally, open another terminal in your directory and run the initial database migrations. Cool. So because we set up Breeze, now, actually, let's look at, before we run this, we can look at the codes to see what it added. Because if we look at our models, I'm guessing now, I guess before we didn't have the auth stuff. I'm not completely clear on what it added. But we're going to run this. SQLite database doesn't exist. Yes, create it. Migration complete. And then refresh our Laravel application. Oh, I'm rendering the wrong page. Wait. Yeah, I'm rendering the wrong page. I think they overwrote our welcome page. So I need to actually render that now instead of my banana page. If I go to my routes, we need to actually render. Oh no, they replaced it. Return view welcome. I guess I overwrote the welcome view. Is it /welcome? No, we'll figure this out. So we have a dashboard route. There's a profile route. I guess we can go to dashboard, but maybe it saw that because I overrode top. What do you mean top right? Top right of the web page. On the welcome page. Oh, on banana. I see. There it is. Okay. Thanks, everyone. Appreciate you. This will take us to the login page and also will take us to the register page. Great. Fantastic. Register yourself an account and log in. Let's do it. I guess at this point, we're already ready to go. Let's go. Password must be 8 characters. I'm logged in. Very good. It's that easy. We now have authentication. And if I go to the homepage, do I see something interesting? Well, yeah, now the homepage is changing what I have access to here. All right. Yeah, I'm curious why the styles are so bad on my homepage. Well, actually, no, this is our fault. We could, yeah, technically this is there. Okay. Now let's create some chirps. You're now ready to start building. To allow users to post chirps, we'll need to create models, migrations, and controllers. Let's explore each of these concepts a little deeper. Models provide a powerful and enjoyable interface for you to interact with the tables in your database. I'm familiar with that. Great. Migrations allow you to easily create and modify the tables in your database. They ensure that some database structure exists everywhere that your application runs. Yes, I know about all that. And controllers are responsible for processing requests made to your application and returning a response. We did find, yeah, there right now the controllers, there's an auth controller, there's a base controller, there's a profile controller, cool. What's up, Kaizen? Welcome in. And then we have all our auth controllers. Okay. Yeah, and yeah, I guess in the style of MVC, model. Well, models and migrations would be the model. We haven't talked about views yet, but there is the controllers. Okay. Almost every feature you build will involve all of these pieces working together in harmony. So the artisan make model command can create them all for you at once. Cool. This is another aspect of being opinionated, is the CLI tool can just know where everything goes and create a thing. So this command, I'm guessing, is going to create the model and the controller and the migration for a chirp, or in this case, like a tweet. We're making our own small version of Twitter in this tutorial. Artisan, I would consider it like the CLI tool for Laravel. I'm curious if, yeah, we have, is this an artisan binary? I mean, X, I mean, it's still twitter.com. Do I want the Laravel extension pack? PHP artisan. Yeah, so yeah, I would just consider this the Laravel CLI. It's the thing that gives you all the features of Laravel in the CLI, but they call it artisan. They have a lot of little cute names for things. I would say it's more than just your package manager. It has commands for generating models, generating database stuffs. Like, it has commands for all of the things that you frequently want to do in your application, so you don't have to do it manually, right? Like, if you're dealing with a Next.js app, you just go manually create all the files that you want when you're working on a new feature. If you're working in Laravel and PHP, you run this command from the command line. It creates the model here, it creates the migration, it creates the controller, and sets it up with sensible defaults, and then you can go from there. So we can see what it generated. We've got app models chirp. And right now, I'm guessing this is a model with no fields on it. So a model is going to correspond to like a database table, and this has no fields on it. So I'm guessing the tutorial is going to have us add like username or user ID, content, etc. We also have the migration. Well, maybe the migration defines the table as well. So database, migrations, and then we're going to have this create chirps table migration. Creates a model, migration, and controller. I see. So those are the command line flags we passed in. MRC is model, migration, and controller. So right now, it's super simple. It just has an ID and some timestamps. It has no other fields on it. I'm guessing we're going to modify this. And then lastly, there is a controller. So this is in app, HTTP, controllers, chirp controller. Display a chirp, create a chirp, store a chirp, show a chirp, edit a chirp, update a chirp, or destroy a chirp. It's all done for us. Cool. Fascinating. Now, I will go ahead and talk about this because I know a lot of you are like, oh my goodness, this is so many folders. This is so many files. Here's the thing. Once you get used to working in an app like this, you're going to remember where everything is. You're also potentially going to have like keyboard shortcuts in VS Code where you can quickly jump to the stuff that you're trying to get into. Like, obviously, we have to get used to this structure, but the idea is once we get used to this structure, any Laravel app we work in is going to be in this exact same structure. So, of course, you have to learn it once and remember and actually learn where everything lives. But once you learn the framework and you know where everything lives, from that point, you can just be productive. You don't have to worry about, is this app doing it one way or am I doing it a different way, that kind of thing. Yeah. And then Laravel is going to make it even simpler. I could imagine, so because this is the one thing that is like kind of the negative of it is like, all right, if you're going to do all of the auth for me, like with the auth middleware and then, I mean, like even all of this stuff, if I don't want to change it, it would be really nice if it was hidden from me, right? If I'm just using the defaults that it sets for me, it'd be really nice if the framework just managed all of that. And I'm guessing that's probably what Laravel 11 does. But in this case, it generates it for me, and then I'm in full control to just modify it to my heart's content if I really want to. Just delete it. Okay. You can see all of the options for Artisan. Nice. Now we can worry about routing. Cool. So that's the one thing we didn't get, right? We got the database model, we got the controller, but we have no way of getting that info out of the database. So a controller is going to allow us to do that. All right. So we need to place these routes in the web folder. And Jurg is Jaska. Thank you for the bits. Sorry, but you are doing the basics. Yeah, I am. I have to. I can't do anything else except for the basics for right now because there's just so much to learn. But if we go into routes and web, this is where it wants us to add this. And so this is where the other routes were set up. It looks like there's a profile route that we hadn't looked at yet. Like if we go to dashboard, is it this? Yeah, this is the profile route that it's created for us. Fascinating. But now we want to add the chirps routes. And so this is going to be like our Twitter feed where that lists all of the tweets and such. So first we need to use the chirp controller. So use app HTTP controllers chirp controller. Good. We're using it. Now we create a resource. And they haven't created a resource in here. Yeah, they had middlewares and then routes. So a resource is something different. If I had to guess, a resource is kind of how we automatically get CRUD, like create, read, update, delete. We're creating a resource for chirps. And we just tell it that it can use this controller. So we grab the chirp controller. There are no curly braces here. We say only what? Index and store. So only use the index and store controller functions, not the other ones. And then we're going to add some middleware. Cool. So I'm guessing that means that this resource will only be available if we are logged in and verified. Otherwise, if I left this off, anybody could go to this specific resource. And then we end with a semicolon. Fascinating. Can I go to definition? I can, but you'll notice we saw the controller earlier. It has index, create, store, show, edit, update. These would be like create, read, update, delete methods where any of those things would basically allow you to add or remove things in the database, but these controllers would handle that. And this is telling us that we only want the list and store ones. The other ones aren't available. All right, so this creates the gets route, get chirps route, and post chirps route. Yeah, so it's exactly that. Basically, we've disabled all of the other HTTP methods, and we can just use those. So now I can go to chirps. Cool. It didn't 404. I'm guessing it would 404. Yeah, it would 404 if it didn't exist. But right now there are no chirps, so it's just a blank page. You may view all of the routes in your application by running PHP artisan route list. Yeah, Matacolette mentioned that we can use that. But yeah, this lets us know every single possible route that's available in our app. That's cool too. Fascinating. Oh yeah, good call. And then if I log out, it should 401 because we added that middleware. So let's log out. And then if I go to chirps, it redirects us to log in. But if I remove the middleware, anybody can go there. Huh? So I will say, for anybody that's like a beginner programmer or like really new to all of this stuff, the reason that I can predict what's going to happen is I understand the underlying concepts, right? So like even in the Node.js world or in the C# world or the Java world, we have the concepts of middleware. We have the concepts of like create, read, update, delete. So I'm trying to use my current knowledge of these kinds of things And apparently they apply here. Even though I know very little about PHP and Laravel, I can still guess what's going to happen here based on my past experience in other programming languages and frameworks. Cool. All right. Let's test our route controller by returning a test message from the index method of our chirp controller. I see. So right now, I had kind of thought that the controller would just do everything automatically, but apparently not. I'm guessing maybe there's some built-in functions that just CRUD for us against the database, but here we just want to respond with hello world. So now when I go to chirps, it just says hello world. Cool. Did this automatically use response? It didn't. So this works without using this. Cool. So I didn't have to use that. Maybe we're going to use it further down in the tutorial. Cool. Not impressed? Let's update the view method class to render a blade view. Okay, yeah, so that's what somebody was mentioning is now we're going to say that this returns a view. And this is some cool type checking here though, right? So I changed the return type and it's like, hey, you're actually returning not a view. But instead, if we do view, and then we get some autocomplete, which is great. So we specifically want the chirps.index, which apparently doesn't exist. I guess we're going to have to create that. It's curious that it didn't have us create this first. But let's create the page. So this is app, no. Routes, no. Resources, views, and then we want a chirps folder. Yeah, resources, views, chirps, and then we'll create an index route. I'm curious if the artisan command line tool has a way of generating this. It probably does. It has it? Cool. I guess they just want us to see where this stuff exists. Artisan view make. Cool. But now that that exists, this error should go away, right? Am I importing the wrong type? Yeah. Illuminate view is the type that I need. Yeah. Cool. So we have that. We're now returning it. And it looks like this gives us a route to create a new chirp. Fascinating. Ta-da! We're almost there. We have Twitter. Learning PHP and Laravel. It's pretty cool so far. What's up, Clint? Welcome in. Okay, that just sent a post request to my backend. I have no idea what happened here, though. Did it actually create a chirp? I don't think it did because we haven't updated our model or our migration to actually have fields on it yet. So that's probably the next step. All right. Let's take a moment to add a link to the navigation menu provided by Breeze. Update the navigation.blade.php. So now we're learning that thing at the top with the links is handled by a specific navigation file. I would think of it kind of like a partial or a component. But let's see. So they're saying this is in resources, views, layouts, navigation. Yeah, so right now this has the dashboard link, And then there's some conditionals here to see like if I'm logged in or not. Right below dashboard here, it wants us to add chirps. And then for mobile as well. I don't like that. This is some code duplication. It seems like anyways. Yeah. Responsive navigation menu. Yeah, I would prefer to put all of my routes in a list and then loop over them in both spots. But yeah. I think you changed your name, client, because I don't remember VIPing someone with that name. So what did your Twitch name used to be? So yeah, I'm assuming if we were using, I'm assuming also we probably could structure it that way if we really wanted to, but we're good. Seems good enough for now. Oh, Kleindev. I do remember you. It's been a very long time. Welcome in. Yeah, welcome in. No, I definitely remember you. Didn't you mostly watch on YouTube though? I don't know. Make a pull request? I'm not worried about all that. Okay, but at this point now, when we go to the home route, it should. Did I save the file? It was on Twitch? Okay. Oh. It's here. It's in the dashboard. Yeah, it's this. So now we have a tab for chirps. Fascinating. That's actually super interesting because now like the tabbed navigation is kind of just built in here. And then it's at this point it's almost like yeah, it's what do you call it? Let's actually, if we don't persist the logs, we'll see if the page actually refreshes. Okay, it is doing a full reload, a full render. Okay. All right. Now, our form has been configured to post messages to the store, and let's update the store to actually validate the data and create a new chirp. So we need to go to the controller, which is app, HTTP controllers, chirp controller, and now in the store method, we need to actually validate it and then put it into the database. So what do? We haven't updated our model yet, though. Is it going to have us do that? So we need a redirect response. We say this will return a redirect response. Yeah, the fact that it just has built-in validation is pretty slick, right? We don't have to install a separate library for this. So, do we have a formatter? It doesn't remove these new lines though. I wish it did. All right, validate the incoming request. So the incoming request is going to have a message property on it. I think if we take a look at that form that we just created, so if we look in resources, views, chirps, index. So this is the form that creates the chirp. And then this text area has a name of message. So this, whatever you type in there, is going to come across to the backend as the message property. We're going to make sure that it is on there. It's a string, and then it's no longer than 255 characters. And then we can grab the current. This is fascinating. So get the current user of the request and create a chirp for them. So this makes it so that like a user is the owner of a chirp. But I do think we have to update our model, right? We don't have a user ID. We don't have a message property yet or anything like that. I'm hoping the next step is to update our model and then redirect us to the index page to show the chirp that we just created. Here we go, creating the relationship. So, but this is super interesting in terms of like the ORM or however it's deciding to create it. I haven't really used an ORM that works in this way, where you're basically creating something in the context of a user, right? So it's saying user chirps, create one there, instead of saying create and then pass in the user ID of the currently logged in user. So that's cool. It's cool that it attaches the chirps method to the user here. Yeah, the Laravel magic. All right, you may have noticed in the previous step, we called a chirps method on the request user object. We need to create this method on our user model to define a has many relationship. So if we go to user, models, user, we need to tell it that one user has many chirps. Right here. Let's see, can I get auto-completed import? Can it automatically find where to find this? Guess not. Cool. Are we done? PHP Storm has that? Okay. Right-click import class. Let's see if I can get that working. No, I'm in VS Code. I don't have access to that. Here we go. Nice. Yeah, good call. Just start typing it and then it'll auto import it. So this auto imported that. All right. Is this telling us that's all we got to do? Oh no. We need to update the model. Yeah. Passing all the data from request to your model can be risky. Imagine you have a page where users can edit their profiles. If you were to pass the entire request to the model, then a user could edit any column they like, such as isadmin, etc. Yeah. This is called a mass assignment vulnerability. Laravel protects you from accidentally doing this by blocking mass assignment by default. Let's add the fillable property on chirp to enable mass assignment. Am I going crazy? We still haven't updated the migration. There is no message property. There's no message property on a chirp yet. I guess I'm not gonna go crazy. Yeah, it's after. That should have been the first thing. I'm always like data first. It's the next step. I'm like, you're telling me to do all this. There is no message property. Okay, but on our model, on the chirp model, we tell it that message is a fillable property. Message is something that when we're creating the thing, we are allowed to set. Yeah. Cool. We saw this earlier on the user model, right? So it hides the password field. So this is a common thing you do when you're building backend routes for users. Let's say you want to list all users. If the current user requesting that is able to do it, you don't want to show the user's password, so you can hide database fields here. So basically, when you do a select, those are hidden by default. And then in the case of the user model, name, email, and password are like settable fields by the user, like when they're updating their profile. All right, now we update the migration. So we add the foreign key constraint. So we're adding a user ID column, and we're saying that it is constrained. I am guessing that it's inferring the relationship based on the name here. So because I'm not referencing the user model anywhere. It literally just says user ID. So that might be some magic there that automatically figures out what the related table should be. Or maybe we set that up somewhere else. And then we add a message field. I'd be curious if we look at the user model. It is called users. Yeah, so constrained will use conventions. That's what, and that was my guess here because we didn't reference the table name. Create a foreign key constraint on this column referencing the ID column of the conventionally related table. Wow. That's cool. That is cool. we don't even have to reference it. As long as it can infer the table name here, it'll do it. Yeah. That migration file is really old. What do you mean? It was just created today. Yeah, exactly. Just read the method definition. All right, and now we run the migrate command, which will update our database. Basically, it's going to run this to create those two columns on our database. Here we go. An add is coming up soon, so before the add break happens, let's get a chirp working. It should be, yeah, at this point it should be working. So each database migration will only be run once. To make additional changes on a table, you will need to create another migration. Yeah, so because we hadn't migrated yet to create the chirp, the fact that we edited this file was okay. But if we had already run migrations and then edited the file, we would need to do this. But 2 minutes left until the add. Here we go. Learning PHP and Laravel. It's cool. Oh, no, we don't have the list view code yet. So, give me the list view code. Oh, and never mind. We're not even that close because we still need the controller, which will return the list, right? So if I'm thinking about this correct now, well, I guess so this index, the view index here, the chirps index would need some codes that actually lists out all of the chirps. And we're probably going to add some view code down here. Maybe I do need to run that command. Oh yeah, now we could try to cross-site script it. That's what we learned about last time. Let's try again though. Learning PHP. It's fun. Oh, we got logged out because it refreshed it. Oh, did it delete our user? Yep, it deleted our user. It's okay. We'll have to go sign up. Best. Cool. Yeah, so we're not quite there yet. We still need some codes that are actually going to list them out. Yeah. Oh, yeah, validation is something we didn't see. Yeah, message field is required. Is that something that was set? Yeah, we have that there. Right here. That's a default error message. I'm guessing there's probably a way to change the error message too. But this is where we did. All right, we're on an ad break now. So I'm going to pause coding. But when we come back, we're going to get these things listed out. I think I'm going to do let's do a PHP Code Wars speed run. Let's see how many 7Q, so like the simplest possible coding challenges can I do with PHP? So 8Q. It'll be like, can you even do like a hello world? In PHP, yeah, here we go. Can I multiply numbers in PHP? This code doesn't execute. I know there's a return keyword. Look at that. I can put PHP on my resume. Easy. All right. Even or odd. I'm guessing PHP has the modulus operator. So return in mod2 equals 0. Do we have ternaries? So if that's true, return even. Otherwise, odd. Easy. Look at that. I can just guess. I can just guess and it works that way. All right. Convert a number to a string. I'm going to have to look this one up. PHP convert number to string. Wait. Is there a toString method? Num toString. Like we're in Rust? Or do we camel case it? That's probably not going to work. Yeah, all right. Convert an integer to a string in PHP. Use string val. Explicit cast. String. This would be the way to do it. Nice. All right. Opposite number. And Bogdanovich, thank you for the 11 months. Welcome in. Every single integer given find its opposite. So we're just going to return times -1. Semicolon. Nice. Reversed strings. Okay. I bet there's a built-in reverse, but do we just do it manually? Do for loops just work? Is there a length method on a string? Whoa, no way, automated. That's a huge raid. Oh man, thank you so much. Welcome in, raiders. Welcome in. You just missed the ad break, so that's great. Glad to see you. Wow, that's awesome. Thank you so much, automated. Shouts out to automated. Welcome in. And what were you working on? What were you guys doing? Coding for the, still coding for the streamer awards. Yeah, so automated is working on like the backend app that is going to be controlling the streamer awards. PDF shenanigans. Yeah, so are you generating PDFs with did I see you using Rust of some kind? We're using SvelteKit. Well, cool. Yeah. Yeah, nice mustache, thanks. But welcome in. This is the Coding Garden. I do mostly web dev stuff, like full stack web dev, but every Friday we've been trying something new. Last Friday we tried Rust. The Friday before that we tried HTMX. And today we are trying Laravel, PHP. We've got a lot of PHP and Laravel fans in the chat that have been helping out. And we already had an entire conversation about why is there so much hate for PHP. And so don't let the fact that I'm using PHP scare you away. It's actually pretty slick, in at least Laravel and modern PHP. But yeah, let's see what automated was working on. Oh, so like it prints out a PDF of where people are sitting. Fascinating. I imagine this is super useful for production, right? So like everybody's got an earpiece in, like the camera guys do, and they're like, oh, we need this person on deck for camera. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I can imagine. That's awesome that you're building something like that. Cool. But yeah, don't let it scare you that we're using PHP. It's actually Laravel especially is full featured. Right now we're going through the Bootcamp to learn how to build like our own little version of Twitter, and it's teaching us about this directory structure. When you're using Laravel, it's full featured. It just has so much stuff out of the box. Like we just generated a base app and it already has all of these folders and everything else. But what we were talking about is Laravel is opinionated in that once you learn the folder structure, it's going to be the same no matter which Laravel app you go into. And yeah, and so if you're a complete beginner, PHP is a backend programming language. Probably if you're familiar with like node.js, it's comparable to node.js. You use it to write backend applications. And PHP and Laravel would be similar to SvelteKit, although much more opinionated, and there's much more features added in because I know Automated has used SvelteKit before, but SvelteKit basically allows you to build full stack apps with Svelte and like with server side rendering and such. Laravel and PHP does a very similar thing, but you're using PHP as your backend language instead of node.js. But on top of just allowing you to build full stack apps, it has a bunch more stuff built in. So like there's a default ORM for working with databases, and they have a tool that will just automatically add authentication to your app. And you can bootstrap it with various different services and providers, and it just has a bunch of stuff pre-built in, so you don't have to like make those decisions yourself. Yeah. But where we were at is so far we've created this page, and you would actually be very impressed with how little code we've written. So basically, we generated the app. It gives us this. We ran a command. It added authentication. That gave us the registration page and the login page. Yeah, we used Breeze, and so that just generated all this stuff for us. And then now we can log in. And that gave us our dashboard. Like, we didn't even write any of the CSS or anything for this section of the app. It just generated it for us. And then we can go from there. And then we were working on chirps. So this is going to be like a little Twitter page. And so far, we added the page. We set up the form. We set up our database model. We added the migration. We worked on the controller. The next step is to get the chirps actually listed here below the input box. So that's what we're going to work on next. And we're actually just following the Laravel Bootcamp. So let's keep going. And thank you, everybody, for sticking around. I appreciate you all coming along on the raid. Let's do it. Let's do it. What's up, Greg? No, don't be scared. Don't be scared. PHP is fine. All right. It's a great time to learn Artisan Tinker. Yeah. Yeah, don't worry about the current file structure. Some people were mentioning that earlier. Yeah, Laravel 11 apparently is going to simplify a lot of things. But for now, this is basically what you're dealing with. So the Artisan Tinker command can allow you to execute arbitrary PHP code in your Laravel application. Cool. I guess this is, yeah, so it's a read eval print loop. This would be similar to like running Node. Yeah, can I do like 40 plus 2? 42. Cool. So we can actually write PHP code here, and it's just going to run it in the terminal. And then this command apparently just does a select star from the database. Fascinating. This is pretty slick. So the fact that we can just like type in PHP and like get the stuff to return is pretty awesome. Which tells me though, if I add another chirp, because this is already hooked up, this actually puts it into the database. I just can't see it yet. But if I run this command, we should see both of those. That's pretty slick. It's pretty slick. So this is fun to basically see what's happening in your database or like run any other code without having to actually like write the files or anything yourself. Yeah, this is slick. But that also tells me that this function we're probably going to use either in our controller or in our view, which will return the data from the database so we can actually like render it out. That's my guess. All right, let's start showing them. So we are going to, in our controller, pass along the chirps. Okay, so I thought we potentially were going to like do this query in the view, but basically what this is going to do is when we render the index page, we're going to pass along the data that we got from the database. That's what it looks like this is going to do. It's going to essentially, for the current user, get all of the chirps that belong to that user and then return it to make that data available in the view. So this is the other cool thing about their ORM is like everything is just the relations work really well. So in this case, it's saying, for the current user, give us all of the chirps. Like if you've worked with other ORMs before, it's a lot more manual, right? You have to like, yeah. So like you would get the ID based on the current request of the current ID of the user, and then you would do a query where every chirp has that user ID on it. It's not for the current user. It's the user relation. Oh, okay. Okay. So they're not specific to the user. It's anyone in the system. All right, I'll test that out then, because right now we only have one user, but if I logged in as someone else, we would see if we see all the other chirps as well. Okay. It groups them by author? No, I see. It includes the user when querying. All right. We'll get there. Okay, so now that they're included in the response, we actually need to show them. And I see. So this user property doesn't exist yet. It actually wants us to add that on the model. So if we go to database, no, if we go to models, chirp, we need to add the user relation here. The thing is, earlier, we had already added the one user can't have many chirps. So that happened over here. So one user has many chirps. That sets up that relation on the model. And then this is adding the relation in the other way, which says one chirp belongs to one user. That. Okay. So now we're ready. Now we can actually add the view code, which loops over the chirps and then shows them on the page. So if we go to our chirps view, this is where the form is. And this they want us to put this right below the form right here. Do I not have a formatter for Blade? Yeah, I need to install this extension in VS Code so I can get better formatting. Can someone in the chat let me know? They mentioned that there was a specific pack in VS Code that had a bunch of all of the extensions that I should be using. Yeah, this one, PHP DevSits? I am using the Laravel IntelliSense one. I'm going to manually install the formatter, at least for now. Laravel extension pack? Oh well. Prettier plugin Blade? I probably need to add that. I don't like all these extra spaces it's adding. Whenever I paste, there's like all these new lines. Remove formatter? Oh, I searched on the category. I see. This one, Laravel extension pack. So this should give us all the stuff we need. Wow. That's a lot of stuff. I'm going to reload the window. And I'm just going to put up with it now. It has all these extra spaces, but right here is where it's actually looping over the chirps. So to link this up, the controller renders the view and includes all of the chirps from the database. And then here we iterate over those chirps to show each one. And so for each chirp, we're going to show the user's name, when it was created. Fascinating. Date formatting appears to be built in. That's cool. And then it will show the message here. Okay. Look, it happened automatically. Though our styles seem a little bit off. Whoa. Yeah, I think the CSS is off. I think. I don't know if they're going to have us fix that. But it's putting everything across the row instead of vertically. Flex column. Now take a look at your browser. It's not that way. Let me just make sure that I copied this right. Tailwind. Yeah, I mean, at this point, I could just add the Tailwind classes that I need. Check again where to put it. It said put it below the form. Right here. So I think I put it in the right spot. Oh, there we go. I did something wrong earlier. Cool. Yeah, so now it works. We have our own little Twitter here. Let's see what happens if we have another user as well. So if I register a second user, chat. Yeah. No, so I left my full-time programming job about a year and a half ago, a little over a year and a half ago, to do this full-time. I'm still nowhere near making the same salary, but I'm doing what I love. So let's see. Yeah, so we can see the chirps from everyone else. And I can add chats here too. Cool. Yeah, it's true. Like, I mean, I've been interacting a lot with the chat, but if I was following this tutorial, I would basically have a full stack app that allows people to create posts on a page in like under 10 minutes, which is kind of insane. But really, that's the benefit of using something like Laravel is it's all built in. It's all like everything's full featured. It's all inclusive, right? It's very hard to find something like this in the Node.js world. You can assemble packages together in the Node.js world to try to get something like this working, but it's very hard. It's very hard to find. Oh yeah, and it should be like I would assume that Blade and Laravel are automatically escaping the input here. Let's try it. Because on Wednesday we talked about cross-site scripting and like, can we inject some code here? But I would assume you're protected. And we talked about this. Like a lot of times, if you're just using the defaults of a framework, it's going to stop you from being vulnerable to simple attacks like this. Yeah, and we saw that in the form. It actually is using cross-site request forgery. So if we look at the source of the rendered page, it's probably going to have a CSRF token. Where? It's a lot of stuffs. Right here, yeah. So you can see that the form has this hidden field with a CSRF token, but basically this prevents cross-site request forgery. We'll need to do a Web Security Wednesdays on cross-site request forgery to talk about what it is. But basically, if the server cannot validate that value, it would not allow the request. And so that prevents other websites from making requests to some other website on behalf of a user. Basically, I have to be on this page to be able to insert a new thing. But yeah, we can look at the source code to see how it's escaping it. Or if it is. No, it's just escaped by default. I think what I'm seeing is, yeah, it's escaped by default, and then Stony is saying, if I really want to render the thing itself, I have to bust out of it with these. Like that. So if you bust out of their protection, you're gonna be vulnerable like that. Yeah, like I know what I'm doing, but actually I don't, because I just got cross-site scripted. That's fun. Yeah. We could explain CORS policies. Yeah, but the reason cross-site request forgery is a thing is typically it works on like form submissions, because you could have a form submission on some other website that submits the form to this website, and that actually doesn't fall under the CORS policy. Which is why we need CSRF. So CSRF is specifically for forms, whereas if you're doing it with Ajax, then that's where CORS would protect you. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a good point to make, Josh. Yeah, so Josh is saying Laravel is a bunch of packages pulled together, but it's maintained by one team. Sure. And I think that's where earlier we were talking about equivalences in the Node.js world. And something like the T3 stack, you could compare it to, because basically people have decided, all right, we're going to use TRPC, we're going to use Tailwind, we're going to use Next, we're going to use React. They've assembled that, and now you can start building. Similar thing happening here, like, but it is the thing that I like about this is it's maintained by the creators itself. Like, it's not a third-party tool. It's just all maintained by the Laravel team. So the equivalent in Node would be something similar to XSS. Like, it would depend on how you're rendering things. So if you're doing a vanilla JS, like on the front end, then set inner HTML would be vulnerable to this. If you're using React, dangerously set inner HTML would make you vulnerable. But yeah. We got rated by Automated. Any raiders still sticking around? I appreciate you. There's a lot of you still sticking around. I really appreciate it. And Hugo, thank you for the 10. Oh, you're too kind. Oh, thank you. Okay. But no, somebody just asked, have I tried Blitz, Redwood, or Adonis? No. If you want to recommend one of these for Friday, I'd be open to trying it in the future. Yeah. Oh, Pirate rated automated, and then he rated me. Nice, nice. Yeah, we'll shout out Pirate Software too. He's killing it in the content creation game right now. Like at the top. The thing is, I mean, I don't know if he remembers this, but I used to raid Pirate Software back in the day. I guess I haven't raided him recently. But yeah, long time, like probably like in 2020, 2021, I had rated him a few times. But yeah. Okay. Let's keep moving. We basically have a working app. We have a working app. This is great. Okay, but now we can move on from this. So this basically it creates the thing. We can list them out. Now we want to be able to edit individual chirps. So let's get that going. So we are going to enable the edit and update routes on the controller. So we saw this earlier. Whenever we set up our routes, we said that we only want to allow index and store. So index is the list, like this page that we're on, and then store is how we can actually create them in the database. So that's the only ones we enabled here, but this is telling us that we can enable edit and update as well. So that then enables the put and patch route for editing a chirp. And then it enables chirp ID edit, so we can edit an individual chirp. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you can look at the history of Coding Garden. Like, I think my first live stream was back in 2018. But yeah, I had been streaming for almost 6 years before I decided to go full time. The section on history of the Coding Garden. And then yeah, so I've been streaming since 2018, and then went full time in 2022. So long time. Long time. Long time. But yeah, that's the section that talks about it. Okay, so yeah, now we have these routes enabled. We want to add a link. So on any given chirp, we want to be able to click on it to go to the edit page. Yeah. Well, it's get ID/edit. That's because that's going to render a page where we can then do the edits from there. So on a given chirp, oh, I see. So this is just saying that the chirp has been edited. I was like, this isn't a link to the button, but so we're going to enable those on the controller. Now in the view, on any given chirp, this is going to be right below the date. If the created at date does not equal the updated at date, we show the fact that the thing was edited. So right now, none of these will show that because they haven't been edited yet. And then if the current chirp is owned by the user that is logged in, we're going to show the edit button. So this is going to happen right after this div right here. Not if, unless, you're right. So, but it is an if, right? So if they do not equal each other, render that. Okay. But yeah, so what this means is now that I have that, this edit only appears for me. I'm currently logged in as user called chat. And so I'm only going to see this edit thing for the tweets that, or the chirps that I've created. I'm not going to see them for these other ones. But then if I log in as that other user, I should see the edit for these. Great. Now we need an edit form. So we're going to create a view. Yeah, they're calling them chirps. What's up, Limotes? Welcome in. Chirps. So views, chirps, index dot, or edit dot blade? Yeah, edit dot blade. And throw this in here. The edit page is going to have a form on it. This is where I want some kind of components or partials, right? Because now we have code duplication, right? Now we have this exact same form on 2 pages. It's on the edit page and it's on the index page right here. I don't know if they're going to get to that in this tutorial, and maybe that's just how we do things here in Blade, but this is, I'm not liking the code duplication that we're seeing here. Yeah, I'm building Chirper. I'm going through the tutorial. I can make it a template. Yeah, let me put that on, like, after we get done with the tutorial, let's explore that. Make a template or partial. Could be fun. Okay, so this edit page is going to make a post request to Chirp's update. It's going to display the message here. Old is interesting. I'd be curious what old does. Am I going to get some autocomplete here? But I guess because we're, oh, well, no. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I was going to say, like, because we're editing it, is it going to display it below it? But yeah, we'll see. It's the old data. Like, grab the existing chirp.message. I see. And then the save button is going to submit the form, which runs to the update. Okay. And then we need to tell it that it should render this view. Because if we go to the controller, our update right now is completely empty. And we need to tell it that when we go to the update page, we should, or actually the edit. So edit is the render. Edit is render the page that has the form on it. Update is the actual thing that will receive the post requests, I'm guessing. So edit says, let's make sure you're actually logged in. So authorize the fact that, make sure we have privileges to edit it. And then we're going to render the edit view along with the chirp we got from the database. This is the other interesting thing, though. You'll notice I don't have a query to the database. All of this is happening behind the scenes. It's just going to give me the chirp that has that ID. We do need to specify a view. So that's cool. But that means now this page should exist. If I go here, it doesn't. Maybe I'm missing something. Did I save my controller? I have to add the route myself? I thought I did. Yeah, this. Edit update? Oh, well. I'm getting ahead of myself. It also wants us to do update. So this is the one that's going to actually update it in the database. This will be the receiver of the put request to update it. Yeah. The other thing is, I want to share my validations between creating a new one and editing one, because right now this is code duplication. I basically have the same validator specified twice. So that's something that I would want to do here. But this makes sure that I'm allowed to update this given chirp, then make sure that there's a message on it, updates it in the database, redirects me to the list page. Oh, look, they have a section on that right here. You may have noticed the validation rules are duplicated with the store method. You might consider extracting them using Laravel's form request validation. Yeah, everyone in the chat is telling me use form requests, which make it easy to reuse validation rules to keep your controllers tight. Wow. That's fun. All right, we'll keep that open. Yeah, for now, honestly, I completely agree with that. I don't think I would have wanted this tutorial to take us down the route of using a rules thing. It's just extra stuff that doesn't have to do with what we're trying to learn right now. But for future me, it is good to know that something like that exists and is just built in, right? All right, by default, the authorize method will prevent anyone from being able to update the chirp. We can specify who is allowed to update it by creating a model policy. Fascinating. So we're going to use PHP Artisan to generate this policy file. Do we have any policies right now? App policies, that doesn't exist. So I guess this command is going to create it for us. And so that creates a policies directory and gives us a chirp policy. And then we add an update policy. So this is basically what adds the authorization. You are only allowed to update a chirp if you are the user that owns that chirp. Cool. Do I get rid of the others? Because it created a bunch of other ones too. I'll take a look, Fob. Fob has the validation rules. Here. These are all just built in. That's awesome. Okay. Testing it out. It's interesting to note my editor is giving me type errors. It's like, hey, you said you were going to return a Boolean, but you're not actually returning anything. And apparently the code will still run without it. So, but let's see, because this says we can now test it out. Yeah, so the edit page exists now. And so now on any one of these, we can change it, save it. It redirects back to this page and it shows us the updated info. And it highlights there that it was edited. Very cool. Very cool. Now we need to know how to delete. So again, same third verse, same as the first. We go to our route definitions. We enable the delete in our controller, but it's not called delete, it's called destroy. That's going to enable the delete path there. Now in our controller, we can delete the chirp. And so make sure that the current user or the current request is owned by make sure that the thing we're trying to delete is owned by the user making the request, then delete it. This is like an ORM method that's just under the hood going to run some SQL code and then redirect back to the list page. And so now we need to update our policy with probably the same codes, right? So if we go to destroy or delete, it should be the same thing. You can only delete chirps that you own. I see, but instead of code duplication, they call the update method to prevent the code duplication. So they're just like, use the same policy as update. I like that better because now we're not duplicating code. It just, this will in turn call this. Cool. Now in the view, we're going to need a delete button. Great. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's the thing. Like, honestly, it's a lot right now. We've got our controllers, we've got our views, we've got our models, we've got our migrations. It's all this stuff. But once you learn where everything is, I could imagine spinning up a new feature really quickly, right? Like we have our edit page, our update page, like everything is just built in. We don't have to write all the manual code to do everything else. Yeah, so there's probably a pretty steep learning curve, and I mean I would say there's a pretty steep learning curve, but it probably plateaus, right? Like once you reach the top, you're just productive. At that point, you're just building apps. Yeah. So where does it want us to put this? Yeah, in the index page, under the section that has this right here. Yeah, we got rated by Automated, who had gotten rated by Pirate Software before that. Yeah, we talked about this earlier, but Rails is also full featured like that. I mean, with Rails, you can run a single command from the command line, and it will actually generate the basic views too. Like the same thing we're doing here, you can do in a single command in Rails. It won't be as pretty, obviously, because we're actually having Tailwind styles and everything else here, but Rails can do a very similar thing. It's as full featured. This is interesting to see as well, though. Like, if you're not as familiar with like server-side rendering in form post or form requests, the delete button isn't a button we press that then runs some JavaScript. The delete button actually submits a form with a delete request to our backend, to the chirps destroy method. So it's not using Ajax. It's literally doing a delete request, and then the response is a redirect. Yeah. Look at the method delete. Yeah, I mean, this is, well, actually, yeah, this is server-side rendered. It is, yeah. So all of, like, you'll notice, if I look at the source of this web page, we will actually see the HTML elements for each of these things, because that we're using Blade, which is rendering it. So, yeah, each of these little things are server rendered. These are coming from the server side as each of the individual posts. Okay, we have a delete button. It should now appear. So we can click this drop down. We have delete, and then it just redirects and it's gone. Fascinating. So we've got create. This is read. We then have update. And then we also have delete. We are full crud. Create, read, update, delete. Whoa. Okay, so now it's going to get more complex. We're going to get notifications and events. People are dropping Laravels. That's awesome. Honestly, this probably is going to be the last week for the Christmas tree. We got to take our Christmas decorations down. So get your drops in while you can. This is fascinating, though. Is this going to use real time? Is this going to use WebSockets that actually like pop up a notification that something got deleted or updated? I bet it is. And then I just learned what CRUD means. Yeah. It's create. Yeah. So you create a thing. Reading is listing, and then also like technically when we go to the edit page, this also technically does a read because we need to get the information about the current one. Update and then delete. Cool. So we're about to get some push notifications. Let's keep going. So Artisan can once again do all the hard work. So make a notification called new chirp. All right. So that creates it in the notifications directory. Yeah, the thing is, like, it's 80% of software development is CRUD. Even if you're not dealing with web APIs, you're fairly often still creating, reading, update, and deleting. It's just what we do. That's the basis of most applications. So yeah, now we have notifications, new chirp. Oh, it's sending emails. I see. Okay, but it created this file for us. It's gonna send us an email? Will that work? What SMTP server is it gonna use? I don't know if it does, Samik. So this is called the Laravel Bootcamp. We specifically are doing the Blade path. Maybe if you used Livewire or Intertia, yeah, I think either of those you would be using like Vue or React. So yeah. No worries, Mauricio. I typically do full stack web development, and today is Tri-Day Friday. So if you look at the history of live streams over like the past couple of weeks, every Friday we've been trying something new. So last Friday we tried Rust. The Friday before that we tried HTMX. But typically I do full stack web development with node.js, and more recently I had been working with SvelteKit, but I also do like a lot of React and a lot of Vue. But Fridays are where we branch out and just do stuff that I'm not familiar with. And so people are basically just kind of seeing my learning process as I jump into new things. Yeah. Okay. We need to import some stuff. I potentially will use it in the future. I mean, I really just wish something like this existed in the Node.js ecosystem, which is probably why I should try Adonis.js. Because people are telling me that Adonis.js is a very similar thing, but Node.js, in that it has a command line tool that will generate the stuff. Yeah, so I mean, this is something we probably want to try in the future. But yeah. So in our constructor, we need to get a chirp. So yeah, for whatever reason, command period doesn't work for me for doing auto imports. But if I type it out, it will add the import. Nest.js, I think is similar. I think a lot of people compare Nest.js to like Java Spring Boot, but for the Node.js world. Is it command space? I thought I tried command space too. Oh, control space? Control space. I'm on a Mac. I'm on a Mac, so control space is what I need. Cool. Good to know. Okay. But yeah, Nest.js has controllers and such. I don't know if they have like a built-in ORM and a command line tool that generates the stuff for you, like we're seeing with Laravel. But it is similar in that it has controllers, at least. That's as much as I know. Yeah. Oh, we talked about Rails earlier. We absolutely, yeah, I mentioned it. I mentioned the fact that basically everything we've done so far with Laravel can actually be done in a single command with Rails. Rails will literally generate some basic views for you as well. You get create, read, update, delete with a single command. Ours looks a little bit nicer because they're kind of walking us through like adding views with styles and everything else. But yeah. Okay. When no mail client is defined, it will output to the log file. Okay. So new mail message. Actually, will our formatter work here? Sort of. New chirp from username. Subject, greeting, and then we don't have access to stir? Oh, specifically, we need to import stir limit, this one. Control space auto completes, but it's not doing the auto import. It's okay. I'll just manually add it. We could send the notification directly from the store method on our controller class, but this adds more work for the controller, which in turn can slow down the request. Instead, let's dispatch an event that we can listen for in a background queue. Fascinating. This is huge, honestly, that they're taking you towards this pattern because you don't see this a lot, at least in tutorials for building apps with like Express or Next.js or whatever else. Like we're literally going to dispatch a message to a queue, and then over here we're going to be listening for messages to know that we need to send off a thing instead of like firing it off or waiting for it to be done. I guess it would, I mean, I was going to say you could do a similar thing in Node.js, but yeah, I've never seen a beginner tutorial in Node.js show you how to do that thing. All right, we need to create a new event. And then in the chirp created events, chirp created, we pull it into the constructor. Actually, this is, I believe this is dependency injection. The fact that we're not going to manually call these constructors, we're just specifying, hey, give me the thing. It's injecting that dependency for us. I will never look at PHP again the same. That's what I'm saying. It's like, the thing is, this is technically, this is Laravel, but a lot of modern PHP is built with Laravel. Okay. bring it in, dispatch the event. So now in our model, this is cool how this is hooked up too. We basically just say, when a chirp is created, call the chirp created class. Done. Done, done, done. Nothing manual. Like I don't have to override the created method or anything like that. It's literally just built into the model. So right here, when a new chirp is created, dispatch that event. And then we need to listen for the event. So this dispatches it, but now someone needs to listen and then fire off the notification. Yeah. So we'll make a listener. This creates a listeners directory. And then implements should queue. So this queue, the listener queues up messages. I have not tried C# Blazor. No, I've tried ASP.NET JSON API, but I haven't done like MVC or Blazor. Yeah, didn't even look at the command to see what it does. I mean, I could guess it creates this file just like all the other commands we're doing. It is interesting that we passed in the event, so that's going to probably be preloaded in here. So yeah, when chirp is created. Again, this is dependency injection. It's basically just like, when we get this event, which is going to be a chirp created event, do something with it. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I have no idea. This is my first day even trying Laravel, but they're mentioning our company took over an 80% finished Laravel web service. The business side is great, but we're just a couple of software engineering students with minimal Laravel experience. Do you have any advice on how to onboard onto a Laravel project with minimal guidance from the previous owners? What I will say is that because Laravel is so opinionated, once you learn what each of these folders is for and what each of the files does in each of these folders, you just learn the general concept, you'll basically know how the app works. From that point, you'll be able to dive into each of those things. And let's say you're looking for, well, where did they define the model for a given thing? Just look in the models folder. There's the model. Where did they define the migration for that model? It's in the database folder and in the migrations folder. How they define routes for that model? It's in the HTTP and controllers folder. So I think that's based on what I've learned today in the past 2 hours, that's the advice I can give is learn how does Laravel structure things. And once you've figured that out, you should have a pretty good idea of how a Laravel app works, or even one that you don't even know who the previous developers were because it's so opinionated. We don't know what we're going to try next week. On the list of things is Godot is at the top, and also Java Spring Boot and something machine learning related. Those are at the top. So next Friday we'll vote at the beginning of the stream to decide which of those we try. Yeah. I'm going to be reluctant to go back to JavaScript. No, I'm either going to start using Adonis.js or I'm just going to build my own framework because I should have done that 5 years ago. Yeah. Oh yeah, good call, Hugo. Yeah, and so the other thing is learn about the command line tool, because there's a command. There's all kinds of things you can do with PHP Artisan. One of them is route list. If I do route list, this literally tells me every single route that exists within the application. And I mean, if I have full screen here, it'll tell you exactly like where it is in the code base. Yeah, definitely learn the PHP Artisan command and all the stuff that it has and entails. Yeah. People dropping SVGs? How'd you do that? I think that's I guess that's a whitelisted domain. I worked in a project where some were in the app folder and some were in the model. So okay, so maybe there are some ways that you can venture off of how it works, but for the most part, most of the stuff is going to follow all of the conventions. Yeah. As far as I can tell, Laravel is one of the most popular PHP frameworks for sure. Yeah. The result. Oh, that's unfortunate. I mean, there are a lot of people that showed up today that already knew about Laravel, so there are Laravel devs out there. Yeah. Days since last JavaScript framework. Right now we're just going through the tutorial. I think what I'm going to do is after we finish the tutorial, we'll try to I mean, I'm already 3 hours in, but after we finish the tutorial, I'll try to think of what is one unique thing that I can try to build myself based on what I just learned, and we'll go from there. Like, honestly, it would be really fun just to do a little one-off, use it with HTMX, because I can already imagine how to do that. It actually would be really simple to combine HTMX with this. But yeah, I'll have to come up with something that's unique where I'm not just following a tutorial to show that I learned something. So yeah. Laravel Telescope tells you where code is executed and which user called it, what queries were ran and whatnot. Wow, we haven't heard about that yet. Let's look it up. Whoa. So you can install it, migrate the DB. You probably, if you're going to use this on a code base, you probably only want it for local development. Like I would imagine you don't want to put it in your production server. But that's crazy. This is like your own little like app watcher, error event manager, log watcher. Jeez, this is cool. Yeah, so that person that asked about a Laravel app, if they don't have Telescope up and going, I would probably at least set it up for the local only installation and just see how the app works. You'll see the logs, you'll see the requests. Yeah, that's slick. Yeah, somebody mentioned the Laravel debugger. We haven't gotten into that yet. HTMX with PHP and Laravel, yeah. Cool. I wrote a large billing software in Laravel 8 years ago, and it's still so clean, stable, and maintainable. Nice. Good to hear it. Cool. Oh, good call. I hadn't done that yet, but if you run it without the argument, apparently the CLI tool will ask you questions. Cool. All right. Let's continue to get these notifications working. So we ran this command. It generated the send chirp notifications file. And I guess this is in listeners. So this is listening for when that event is dispatched. And when a chirp is created, for every chirp, notify. So we need to pull in user and new chirp. Yeah. Debug bar. Wow. Yeah, I mean, it seems like the ecosystem is like just full. It's just full of stuff. Okay. Are we done? Yeah. I guess we kind of like analyze what code is happening here. So, I see. So for this grabs every user that is not the user that created the chirp. So when someone else creates the chirp, it sends an email to everyone else to say that the chirp was created. So give me every user where the ID is not the user ID of the current chirp. And then the other aspect is this this cursor here. So this isn't getting all of the users from the database and storing it in memory. It's getting them one at a time. So it's gonna be more efficient with memory. So get one user at a time that wasn't that user, and then notify them. Okay, earlier I said this would be dependency injection. It is not dependency injection. We are actually passing that chirp in right there. Register the event listener. Cool. So we set up the listener. To register it, you go to providers. So app, providers, and then we want the event service provider. The argument of the function is dependency injected. Okay. Thanks, Bob. Whoa, that's a big donation. Thank you for the 50. Did you send a message? You did. Wow. Thank you so much. My Laravel projects have been paying my bills for over 5 years now, and I'd love to share a portion of this success with you. It's truly enjoyable to see you explore the awesomeness of Laravel. Well, thank you, Fister. I really appreciate that. You're too kind. You're way too kind. That's crazy. All right. We got to make Fister proud. Let's get this stuff working. Okay. Pull in, chirp created, and send notification. We then listen for it in the same way that we were listening for that. Done. Okay. You may utilize local email testing tools like MailPit and Hilo to catch any emails coming from your application so you may view them. If you're developing via Docker and Laravel Cell, then MailPit is included for you. Yeah, so there's earlier we started with their command called sail, which just spun up like 5 or 6 Docker containers and kind of had everything going. It was a little too much for me, and then we took a step back and used this thing called herd, which like runs PHP and Nginx on your machine. But if we were using sail, then we would already have a Docker container with MailPit and everything else, so just use sail. Alternatively, configure Laravel to write mail to a log file by editing the .env. Change the mailer environment variable to log. By default, emails will be written to a log file located here. Yeah, let's just do that. I'm not going to set up MailPit, but I didn't even know a thing like MailPit existed. I could have used that in a ton of projects I was working on. It essentially like intercepts email sending on a given computer and like lets you see them, so you don't actually need a real SMTP server. That's cool. That's really cool. Yeah, so it's not actually going to send the email. It's just going to show you the emails that were sent. This is awesome. We can do a whole Try-Day Friday on MailPit. Huh. How have I never heard of something like this? Yeah, we'll talk about it later. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like for mocking and testing, that's huge. It's like you don't have to spin anything up. Yeah. Okay. So we're gonna take an ad break, but when we come back, we should be able to test this out. We'll see if it actually like writes to the log. While we're on an ad break, I'm going to do some more Code Wars. So let's try to solve some PHP coding problems. We're going to solve like the easiest possible ones. So we're going to do 8Q, which is super easy. And then we're going to do it with PHP. In the ad break setup, I don't want to set up MailPit because what I didn't like is like in their docs, they say install it with brew. And I'm like, I don't want that running on my machine all the time. I would prefer it to like be in a Docker container or something, but okay. Where were we? We did opposite number. Reverse string is where we were. So I need to figure out how do I reverse a string in PHP. I'm just going to search the web for it because I think there's a built-in function in PHP to reverse a string. Yeah, string rev. So I should be able to just do string rev. That. Nice. Return negative. I think we did this earlier, right? Yeah, we can just, similar to the problem we did earlier, return the number times -1. That's super easy. Mail trap, yeah. So a hosted service I think would be good for like dev teams, I guess, when you're like testing emails. But MailPit just runs locally, which is pretty slick. Okay, this didn't work. Oh, it should only be negative. So we don't just multiply everything by -1. If it is negative, return multiply by -1. Okay, so if statements are C style, just like JavaScript, so all of the syntax looks very familiar, except for all the dollar signs. But if it is less than 0, just return the thing itself. Otherwise, multiply by -1. Cool. Got it. Convert Boolean values to strings, yes or no. This should be easy. We'll just use a ternary. We figured out earlier that ternaries just work the same way in PHP as well. So if it's true, we want yes. Otherwise, we want no. Cool. And then one more before the ad break is over. Ooh, we're dealing with lists now. Should I solve this one? Welcome back, everybody, from the ad break. We are just solving simple PHP problems before we get back into building our app. You get an array of numbers, sum all of the positive ones. Okay, I want to solve this, but here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to use learn x and y minutes because this will show me how for loops work in PHP, and then I think I can get it working from there. So let's see. We got a do while. We got a for each. We can do a for each. For each is fine. So for each number, or no, this is the array as, oh, there's an array sum. I'm going to do it manually. I'm a programmer. I can loop in sum. And then we'll say the sum is 0. And then we'll say if the current number is, so we want the sum of all positives. So if this is greater than 0, increment sum. And then return sum. Syntax error. Unexpected plus equals. Is there no plus equals on variables? Oh, I forgot my dollar sign. Good call. Good call. I was like, there's got to be plus equal, right? Nice. Nice. Okay. PHP is fine. My only complaint is all the dollar signs, but it's fine. All right. Back to what we were working on. I'm just going to set up the mailer to write to the log. And then we'll test it out. So, yeah, common mistake is missing the dollar sign and the semicolons. Yeah, I use semicolons in my JavaScript, so at least I'm familiar with that. Okay, so we want mailer to be log. So if we change mailer to log, that's going to now put them in storage logs and then give it a file. This is going to deploy, they're going to have us deploy our application? What? Okay, but before that, let's test it. So now, if I create a thing, notifications, we should see written to the logs, an email was attempt to be sent. Storage, logs, laravel.log. This is it. It's sending an HTML email. Look at it. Email body. Wow. Okay, so from Laravel, new chirp from CJ. Good call. We can, if we tail the logs, we can see it happen in real time. So if I throw that over there, send a chirp, boom, an email gets sent. Well, it would have gotten sent if I had something set up to send it. But we can at least confirm that it's happening here, which is cool. Welcome in, Tariro from Zimbabwe. That's awesome. Laravel is cool. Laravel is cool. I mean, obviously, we just followed the tutorial, but the amount of stuff it has built in is just insane. It's just insane. Let me read their deployment docs to see how easy it would be to actually deploy this thing, and decide if we're going to try to deploy it. So it can be deployed in any modern PHP hosting environment that meets its modest server requirements. They have Laravel Forge and Laravel Vapor. Cool. So Laravel Forge can work on infrastructure like DigitalOcean, Linode, AWS. So this could like spin up instances for you. And then Vapor is serverless by AWS. Both are fantastic options. We're going with Forge for its simplicity. Sign up and then choose your server provider. Is Linode really dead? Oh, I mean the logo says Akamai. Yeah. Without cron or queue workers, you can drop it on any PHP hosting platform. How about this? Laravel deploy to Vercel. Can we do this? Deploying Laravel applications to Vercel. I guess right now, no, this would be very involved because right now we're writing to a SQLite database. If we deploy it, we would need to figure out where we would. I know there are like cloud SQL providers and stuff like that, but we would need to find a database to deploy it to, or we would use like a database service like PlanetScale. It's too much for what I want to do today. It's too much for what I want to do, but it's good to know that they have good documentation on how to deploy. I mean, like with render, we'd also have to, regardless of what we choose, we would still have to spin up a database server. I guess technically, if we deployed it to like a long running server, it could still use SQLite because it would just be writing it to the file system. But the issue is if we tried to deploy this as a serverless function, we couldn't do that because every serverless instance would be writing to its own file and they wouldn't be sharing a file. Okay. I think that's enough of this for now. I think like to kind of just review what we were able to do. And actually let's walk through all of the codes too and make sure that I can point to everything to talk about where everything lives and also give you a summary of what I learned here. So the first thing is the PHP artisan command basically creates the stuff we need and gives us like some sensible defaults. It can create models, it can create events, it does it has commands for creating all the things we need so we don't have to create them manually. And what's nice is it is opinionated in that those things always live in the same folders. So we always know where to find them. So like when we create a model, it shows up here. When we create a policy, it shows up here. And so the artisan tool has all of that for us, which is nice. The other thing is we started with a thing called Breeze, and Breeze actually gave us all our authentication. So we ran this one command, and then instantly our app had a sign up and login page. So we ran that command, and now all of a sudden we can register new users and we can log in users. We didn't write any extra code for this. So that's another cool thing. And then from there, they also gave us like the default dashboard, and we wanted to work on building this, which is users can type stuff in here and then it gets listed here. It's like a mini version of Twitter. But that all starts with the controller, I guess. So we ran the command to generate the controller. That gave us this, and this handles all the things that we would want to do with a chirp, which are like our tweets. So we have the index, which is the page that lists them out. We have store, which actually puts them into the database. We have show, which we didn't implement, but this would be like if we have a single page that shows an individual chirp. We also have edit, which shows the page to be able to edit, and then update is the backend route that actually updates the thing. And then destroy deletes it. And so we gradually filled out all of these various controller methods, but all of those link up to the routes. So over here, we basically say we have chirps as a resource. We use this controller, and then these are the controller methods that we're going to enable. And this was pretty slick as well, because by default, we had like a kind of like a read-only app. Like store technically allowed us to create them, but we specified, okay, only allow those to be visible, and that's fine. And then gradually, as we added each feature, we added it here, and then that enabled those functions in the controller. The other nice thing is this middleware here. It was also just built in with Breeze. So after we set up auth, we were able to add the auth middleware. I think verified is if like you're a verified user. And now only logged in users can see this page. Like, so if I log out, I won't be able to see this page. It just redirects me to log in. Cool. So yeah, that's the controller. And then a controller is also linked up to a model. So we specifically had the chirp model, which represents a chirp in our database. And we can specify which fields on the model are editable in the store and in update methods. In this case, the message property is because when you create a new chirp, it should have a message property. When you update it, you'll be editing the message property. The other thing is we set up relationships. So when we set up auth, it automatically creates like a user model for us. And all of this was created by Breeze. But we wanted to link a user to a chirp. And so on a user model, we say they can have many chirps. And we add the relationship there. And then we add the relationship in the other direction over here. And we say a chirp belongs to a user. And this also adds a user method on a chirp. So for any chirp, if we do arrow user, that gives us the user object that is the owner of that given chirp that we're working on. So that's the model. And then the other thing are migrations. So the migrations actually create the database tables over here. So we used Artisan to run a command to generate this migration, and then we needed to go add in the extra fields. So a chirp also has a user ID and a message. One of the nice things that we learned about this is if you specify your foreign ID column name in a conventional way, then the constrained method just works. This actually infers that you want to link this to the user table ID column. So that was pretty slick as well. That actually set up the relationship at the database level. So we have our model, we have our controller, and then from there we have all of our views that allow us to interact with all of this stuff. So if we go back to the controllers, in our chirp controller, the index page is going to render chirps.index. And so these exist in resources, views, chirps, index.blade. So when we go to our chirps page, it's going to render this right here. Chirps.index is a reference to that. And then we're also going to include all of our chirps from the database. Which is pretty slick. I like the way their ORM works here. So this says there will be a data property called chirps in the rendered view that we can have access to. In this case, we're going to iterate over it, so that way we can actually show this here. But this says, query the chirp table in our database, include the user relation. I think it's order by newest. Yeah, order by newest, and then get them all. And so this includes that data. So when the page is rendering, we can actually iterate over the data. So Blade is their templating language for actually rendering page, and you can see this for each right here. So the chirps here correspond to the chirps that got rendered from the controller, and then we list them all out. And because we included the user data, we have in the template here, we have access to the user to have more info about it and stuff like that. But this is basically rendering out each of the posts, and then also the create form here too. You can use paginate instead of get to paginate the result set. I would need to update my view though, right? That seems like it would be a bit more complicated. I would need some. You get pagination out of the box? Wait. Let's try it because that could be fascinating. So in our controller, if we say, yeah, how is it going to give us like next and previous buttons? We need to add that ourselves, right? Paginate per page 2. All right, let's just see what this does. Okay, that gives us 2. But how do we get to the next page? That we would still have to set that up. It's like one line. Okay. Let's do it. Go to Laravel, search for pagination. Basic usage. So we do paginate. I set the amount. Cursor and offset, yada, yada, yada. Come on. Give me the view stuff. Here we go. Yeah, somebody in the chat said it. So you just show the links. Okay. This is great. This is too easy. This is insane. So below the list of chirps. No, I can read chat, but I also want to find it in the docs, because if people are trying to do this at home, they're not going to have chat yelling at them. And this will just generate the pagination links? This is insane! No way! What the heck? You can see it's putting the page in the query param too. That's 2 lines of code, and we have instant pagination, including our database query, the UI controls, the page rendering. Welcome to Laravel. That's crazy. Okay, so yeah, that's fun. Yeah, that was a nice little side quest. But this specifically renders that page and shows us all of this. The other thing to look at is the create method. So this form is going to do a post to our backend. And so if we look in the view, here. The form does a post request to chirp's store. So store is our controller method that's actually going to put the chirp into the database. And you'll notice this all is server rendered with like form requests and everything. We're not using any Ajax or client-side JavaScript. This is literally doing a post request when you submit the form, and it already has CSRF protection all set up. And it's also interesting that it has validation messages here too. So if I try creating a chirp with no content, the validation is happening on the back end as well. So the way we set that up is for an incoming request to create a chirp, make sure that it has a message property using the validator, which is built in, and then grab the user of the incoming request, grab their chirps. So I showed you earlier on the user model, we added that one-to-many relationship. So over here, because we added this, we can call that method, and then that in turn has the ability to create chirps in the context of that user. So this is basically how we're saying, take the current user, create a chirp that belongs to them. That's what's going to set the user ID on that created thing, and then create them. And validated is the actual chirp object. And then once that's complete, redirect back to the page to display the latest stuff. So if I do this, post the backend, validate, put it into the database, redirect back to the page and list it out. Cool. The Laravel debug bar? I think I'm good for now. Yeah, I'm good for now. I want to just finish the walkthrough, and then when we're I do want to try to hook this up to HTMX because that would be fun. But we'll install the debug bar from there. Yeah. Debug bar is everyone's saying the debug bar is good. We'll go install the debug bar. Installation. The debug bar will be enabled if app debug is true. All right, let's set it up. And so in our env, we need to set app debug to true. It's already set to true. Will it just work? People mentioned Telescope earlier too, but just refresh. Oh, there's a debug bar. That's cool. So if I do this, we can see there's that model. These are the queries that have been run. We can see the literal SQL queries that have been run. We can see all of our views. Wow. See the current session info. Wow. Wow. This is amazing. That's really cool. Yeah. Cool. That's great. I have a feeling we have some Laravel converts after just watching me try it. Laravel convert, like people are going to try it now, basically. Okay. It shows the logged in. Oh no, it's fine. Yeah, I'm running everything locally. Where can I find the logged in? I'll show the logged in password. Quest headers. Cool. I'm off by how much bloat it has. The thing to think about is if you're building all of this stuff, if you're building a similar thing from scratch with, let's say, Next.js, let's say you're building this thing with Next.js, you're still going to have a bunch of similar stuff, right? There is a lot of boilerplate, yes, but the amount of code that you would have to write yourself or set up yourself is very similar. Like, it's honestly less in this scenario. But, yeah. Okay, let's finish the walkthrough. So this method is what gets called on the backend when a post request is submitted by the form, and then redirects back to the page. The cool things to note here are the validation. Very simple. It's just built in. And then the fact that we can create things in the context of some other model. This is basically their ORM in action, which is pretty slick as well. So that's how we create new things. And then we also set up editing. So on the UI here, we have a dropdown. If the user is logged in, or actually not logged in, if the chirp belongs to the current user that is logged in, show this dropdown. There's some chirps that I don't own, where I'm not. Yeah, these two are owned by a user called Chat. I can't edit those because I don't own them, but if I own them, I get this dropdown. And then we created the edit page. So when you click on edit, that takes you to a page that's pre-filled with the message. You can modify it, save it, and then it'll show at the top because it's the most recently edited. The way that all of that works is here on the controller, we have the edit method, which just renders the page. So edit is a get to render the edit page because we are dealing with server-side rendering here. You'll notice to make sure the current user is allowed to update this chirp, it's just a simple call to authorize. And this was actually set up in our policies. So policies is another concept where you can create a policy that corresponds to some model, and this is how you can set up all of your rules about who's allowed to do what. So right here, we say a user can only update a chirp if the chirp's user is the current logged in user. And a user can only delete a chirp if the current, actually it just calls this. So it's the same rules, but user must be the owner of that chirp to either update or delete it. So we set this policy up. I'm trying to remember where we hooked up the policy to the model. Is it just in the model itself? Yeah, this is one thing I don't remember. Where is the chirp policy? Oh, it's just auto-loaded. Fascinating. Yeah, so all we had to do was create it. And it just works. Yeah, it's automatic. Yeah, so you create it here, and then over on the controllers, because it is created, we have access to it. Do I get autocomplete for this? I don't. Maybe I don't have it set up though. But set up your what's it called? Set up your policy. Good to go. So when someone is trying to load the edit page, they can only load it if they're the owner of that chirp. And you'll also notice, I mean, maybe you didn't notice this, but we don't have a query here that says get chirp from database where ID equals whatever else. It's just automatic, right? Like when you go to this page, edit/ID, under the hood, it's already just querying for chirp with ID 11. Plain and simple. You don't have to write that code. And then it renders the page with the chirp so that we can display the current values of the chirp itself. And then the actual update is the function that's going to get called whenever this form is submitted. How does one add the logic to the front end with Vanilla.js? In this case, because we're using Blade, yeah, you could use Vanilla.js. Basically, in any of these rendered views, we could reference a script, right? And they actually have a folder set up for us. Yeah, this JS folder is client-side scripts. They include Alpine by default? What? This is how easy it would be to add HTMX. That's so cool. So yeah, but this is client-side JavaScript. And so if you wanted to write some codes, you could do it in here. And then you could do things within any given rendered page if that page is referencing that JavaScript file. Yeah. Cool. The update method on the controller is what's called when the edit form is submitted. So when we click save, that goes here. First of all, we make sure that the current user is allowed to update the given chirp. We then validate it. Right now, we do have code duplication, right? We're validating in the same way for when we're storing and updating, but we did learn that it is possible to extract our validators into a rules thing, like a validation contract, and then we don't have to have code duplication. But that's for the future. Like in a larger code base, we wouldn't want to be duplicating this everywhere. We could just extract it into a validator. And then this is the call to the database to actually update it. And then after it's updated, we redirect back to the home page. I think that's about it. I mean, after this, we also have the delete method. And the delete method is this little button is just a form with a delete request on submit. So when you click it, it submits the form, does a delete request to the back end, which then calls the destroy method. So make sure we own this chirp, delete the chirp, redirect back to the home page. Am I missing anything? After that, we did set up notifications, but that's the main stuff. I think if we kind of like take a step back of, I think when I was going through the tutorial, it kind of did feel like it felt like a lot because they're throwing all of these new concepts onto us. But when it really comes down to it, the actual code I would be writing is just this, right? It would just be a few of these and then a little bit of view code to get it, like view layer code to get the stuff rendered out in the way that I want it. And yeah, I mean, technically this took me about 2 hours, but if I wasn't explaining everything as I was going or like talking to Twitch chat, I could easily have done this in like 10 minutes. Easily in 10 minutes, especially once you get the hang of this, like a lot of your controllers are going to start to look the same too, right? Like the code here could probably even be extracted into something that's more reusable, because this whole create, read, update, delete thing is going to be so similar for every other portion of my app that I have. So from there, I would be able to even write stuff even quicker, I think. Yeah, we did see the email sent. So that was the last piece that we set up, is notifications. So we have it so that anytime a chirp is created, it sends an email to all other users that are not the person that created the chirp. And that happened with events. So we created this chirp created event. I don't think we had to touch this. The only thing we had to do was inject the chirp into the chirp created event. And then we had to add a listener. Well, first of all, I think we set it up on the chirp, right? Yeah, so the chirp dispatches an event. So it dispatches a created event, and you can tap into all of the other things that happen on a given model. So you dispatch it, and then we have a listener for that dispatched event. And in this case, the listener is the one that sends the email. So it's listening for those events to happen. And when it receives one, it sends an email to every user that is not the current user. Yeah. And the actual email sending happens in notifications. So over here in notifications is where we can do the mail thing and then send those out. I'm sure that if we wanted to do things like send a push notification or send a WebSocket event, it would probably happen in this file instead of sending an email. Cool. I think that's it. I think one last thing we'll do is we'll also validate my assumptions, and then let's do a speed run. I'm going to do a speed run of how quickly can I spin up a Laravel app and do something with HTMX. We'll clearly define what it is I'm trying to do, but yeah, we'll do a speed run. But aside from that, I think I've validated most of my assumptions here. One of the questions we had at the beginning is like, what does Laravel and PHP do? Is it just MVC, model view controller? Is it just server-side rendering? Is it just API routes? And what we learned is it's all of them. It's basically whatever you decide to do. We specifically went down the MVC and SSR route, specifically with Blade, but it is possible to use like Vue or React on the front end and just have like API routes. That's also possible. Yeah. And so we specifically decided to start there. The built-in ORM is sweet. I mean, I don't think I can convey how cool it is that a lot of this stuff we don't have to do manually. I always lose my controllers. They're in the HTTP folder. But the fact that editing here, like we didn't even have to query the database to say, give me the chirp with this ID. It just works, right? Like I guess I've worked in backend frameworks like in C# that like kind of that work in a similar way. But the fact that we don't see more of this in the node.js world is pretty crazy. Yeah, pretty crazy. So yeah, it's absolutely full featured, it has all the stuff. Yeah. That's it. That's all. Yeah. So that's that's the end of me trying Laravel and PHP. I'm honestly really impressed, and I do think I'll keep it in mind when I am deciding to build something new. And honestly, like we've only scratched the surface, right? I've only been learning about it for the past 3 hours. There's so much more to learn. There's so much more built in. Yeah. Don't we have Drizzle and Prisma? It's not the same because when you hook it up, like let's say with TRPC or something like that, you still technically have to write that query, right? You still have to write the code that says get from database where ID is X. And even that we don't have here. Like there's literally no code that says get the chirp with ID. Simply because it's on the controller and it's tied to the URL, all of that is hidden from us. Yeah. Yeah, we haven't even touched testing or anything else. Cool. Okay. that's it for trying. Let's try to do a speed run now. Actually, let me see how long until the next ad break. 23 minutes. We'll do it. We're going to speed run. We're going to try to hook up HTMX to Laravel as fast as possible. I don't even know what we're going to do, though. We have to figure out what do we want to do. So. I mean, honestly, I'm going to keep it simple. I know it's not as exciting, but I want to get the example on the homepage working in my, with the Laravel app, right? I'm going to get this working with the Laravel app. Will I be able to figure it out, though? So, like, this is making a post, I guess, to a controller, and then the controller would need to render the thing. Yeah, but this is all we're going to do. As fast as possible, can I get the example on the homepage of HTMX working alongside Laravel? Here we go. Let me close everything. I think we'll do a prediction let's do a prediction right now. And the prediction will be, will I finish before the ad break? Will I finish? Yeah, before the ad break. And that is, here are the constraints. We're using Laravel, and the example on the htmx.org homepage is working. Those are the constraints. Yeah, and we currently have 21 minutes until the next ad break. So, use your points to predict now. I'm going to get ready, and then we'll go. Okay. Prediction's almost over. Here we go. Step 1, generate a Laravel app. I don't remember how to do that. We're gonna go to the top of the tutorial, and run the command that they give us. Yeah, so we're gonna run this, but we're gonna call it Laravel HTMX. And the Rob White, thank you for the resub, much appreciated. So that's gonna generate our app. We don't need a database. We don't need auth. We'll run. Oh, Breeze will install the... Okay, we do want Breeze then. Breeze is going to set up our front-end stuffs. Yeah, so Breeze sets up auth, but it's also setting up all our dev tooling and like front-end JS and stuff like that. Oh, no. I installed it in the wrong directory. So, yeah, I need to do that command in here. No! Okay, what did I do wrong? I think I have to run this again? Here we go. Reset! No. Now we can install Blade. And then we should be able to run the dev server. Cool. So, now we've got our little Vite server here, great. But we also have the, oh no, we need to go to 8,000. Oh, we're not running. There's a command to start it up, right? I tried running npm run dev with, yeah, we didn't run this command. I ran the command not in the folder, so that's why it didn't work. But this will start us up on port 8000. We should get the default homepage. Yeah, here we go. Looking good. Now, this homepage, I want to put this codes on it here. And I think because we have a package.json, we should be able to just install HTMX as a dependency in our node modules and then import it in. Because if we look in resources, JS, and then our app, we should be able to import HTMX here. So let's look in the HTMX docs on how to install it from npm. Here. And once we have it, we just import it globally. So that's good to go. And then this file, actually, I didn't see where this gets loaded, but I do think this is going to get loaded on every page. So it will give us access to HTMX on every page. And so now on our home page, this is where we're going to do the stuff. And we just need to modify the codes here. So I'm going to do it right there where the Laravel logo is. Just make sure that this is where we're at. Yeah, so I'm gonna put my button right there that does the HTMX stuff. So at this point, we should be able to do this. It has no styles on it though. I am running the dev server, but that's not refreshing the PHP side. Yeah. Do we want to worry about styling it? How much time do we have? We have 16 minutes. No, I'm not going to do Pico CSS. Let's use Flowbyte. Flowbyte just gives us some tailwind we can copy. Here we go. We want this button. I'm laughing at the amount of stuffs here. I tried to just format the document, which is why I did that. Okay. See what we get. Nothing. Why not? It doesn't work. Are there some other styles that are overriding these styles? I have npm run dev running. So that's running here. That's running here. Yeah, I guess I'm not going to work. I mean, well, text white isn't working. Why isn't text white working? It came with Tailwind already set up. Doesn't matter. What I want to see is when I click this, we should see an HTMX error in the console that says cannot post to clicked. And we don't see that, which is bad news. So I thought that importing HTMX right here would just work. But it looks like, is app.js even loading here? Let's look at the network. Yeah, it's not loading our JavaScript file. We need to make sure to include it then. Yeah, we just need to link it. Yeah, I guess all of these styles are kind of like, they're messing with our... Oh, I see. Is it not Tailwind? Is it just inlined Tailwind? Oh, well, regardless, I want to add a script. So js/app.js. Do we @veed it? I need to configure Tailwind? It's fine. Ideally, this will work. It can't find it. I don't know the path. Resources, JS. Okay. Tell me where to find that in the docs. I feel like I can't, in order to really qualify, I can't just plug in stuff from chat. Like, I need to know how to do it myself. So, Vite, asset bundling with Vite. Assets. Blade. Working with Blade and routes. What does Totol say? This is the one? Where do I put that, though? If I want to process all versions and all images stored in resource images, do this. Loading your scripts and styles. There we go. I feel comfortable copy pasting from the docs. Here we go. And this wants us to put it where? In the head. We'll put it right about here. All right, now. Now. Look at that. So now we're good. This is looking good. So HTMX is loaded, and now it's trying to make a post request to /clicked. All right, if I want /clicked to work, I need to go to routes, and now we have hot reload too. Great. I need to go to routes, web, and I need to define a post route. We're done. We're basically done at this point. So when you make a post to /clicked, we're going to render the clicked view. Done. Do it in API? Okay. API. Oh God. Does it work the same way? Does it change the route? The thing is, we're rendering a view though. It's not technically an API route. We're gonna add this. I'm okay with this. So now we need a view called clicked.blade.php. It prepends API. Okay, I'm not going to deal with API though. And then here we just say, good job. We're done. Who didn't believe me? Who didn't believe this was going to work? Wait, go back. 419 error code. It didn't work. Are we doing a post or is it doing a get? Yeah, hx post /clicked. We can look at the network. Who didn't believe? Yeah, did you believe in me? So it's making a post. What is it complaining about? Page expired. Oh no. Wait, what are you saying about disable the CSRF requirement? Oh, I see. If we put it in, If we put it in API, then we don't have to worry about CSRF. All right, how long do we have? We have 9 minutes. We can figure out CSRF. Okay. Let's disable CSRF. Excluding URIs. Sometimes you may wish to include a set of UIs from CSRF protection. I do. So in app providers, route service provider, we make an exception. Oh, no. This is middleware. Where are our middlewares? HTTP folder? HTTP, middleware, verify CSRF token. There it is. Okay. And so now we can say do not verify clicked. All right. This is it. Good job. Good job. I mean, you can't read it because my text color doesn't work. Actually, no. Here's what we do. And now on the clicked route, we can add some tailwind. Click me. Good job. Use route.route name and then it's dynamic. I like that. First try. We did it. Yeah, we did it. We're done. That was easy. But what you're saying is if I do route clicked, where do I get route from? Add CSurf to HTMX for bonus points? I can do that. I can do that. It's a global? You can't do expressions in props. Okay. Yeah, I'm not too worried about it for now. Honestly, if I remember right, I think I just do at CSurf, right? I can look at my previous example, but I do think I think the issue here is HTMX is not doing a form post. We would have to turn this into a form. Okay, at this point, we're paying out for everyone that believes. So anybody that voted yes, I will get it done, you get the points. And thank you, Stony. Thank you for the sub. Now we're on to the bonus round, where I figure out if I can get CSurf working in HTMX. Security bars? I guess the thing is, like, yeah, like, how can we render a CSurf token? And Eriza, thank you for the prime. Much appreciated. Store the token in an HTML tag, and then set up the headers. Okay, cool. This could work, but we need to combine that with HTMX. So HTMX, does it have a configuration option for a CSurf token? Intercept? Requests and responses? I just want some docs on, like, how do we configure this stuff with HTMX? Is there a security section? Security. Here, I need some kind of event. Events and logging. HTMX load. Needs to be a form submit with at CSurf. I think that's the issue. Is it's just a button. I guess. Does HTMX have a section on forms? Yeah. Like this. I think this would probably be the way to go because then I can add a CSurf token automatically. So I think I need to just modify their example of, like, post this to clicked, swap the outer HTML. It's going to replace the entire form. And then we move our button in here, make it a submit button. So this will submit the post of the form, and then now we can add the CSurf thing that comes with Blade. Is it literally just at CSurf? Well, no, we disable. We have to undisable undisable the verify CSRF token. Now we can check. Nice, nice, and we will see the post request includes the CSRF token to get back our good job. That's fun. That's fun. All right. Stony mentioned there was one thing that I should look at before I leave. What was that, Stony? HX headers. Oh, I like that. Yeah, let's try that too. Would be good to know in general. The @csurf is from Laravel, from Blade specifically. So this is we're rendering this on the server, and on the server, when it sees that, it's going to add in a hidden input field with the csurf token. Yeah, so if we go back to the button here, apparently HTMX has HX headers. The thing is, can we specify the csurf token in the headers with Laravel, or does it have to be in the form submission? Let's try it though. So csurf prevents cross-site request forgery. Essentially, if you're building a website that uses forms instead of Ajax, those form submissions are not bound by the cross-origin policy. Ajax is bound by the cross-origin policy, but because forms are not, that means some malicious web page could have a form where the post action is my server /clicked, and without csurf protection, that post would include all of my cookies and everything else. And we don't want that, because basically an attacker could create a fake web page with a form that when you submit it makes a request to another app, and if you're already logged into that other app, the browser just sends all of the cookies and everything else along with it. But if you have a csurf token, your backend server is going to validate that, hey, only my rendered views include that csurf token. So if a request is coming in that doesn't have that token, don't allow it. So that prevents cross-site request forgery. Yeah. Yeah. But with JavaScript in Ajax, the CORS policy is what prevents that from happening, because the cookies are not sent if a request is happening with JavaScript on some other page that goes to another domain. Okay, just use curly braces. Yeah. Okay. HX headers. csurf. Here. I can't use single quotes. I'm gonna have to escape my double quotes. Well, can I use single quotes? I guess I can. It's just JavaScript at this point, right? Ads are happening. Yeah. You don't. So by default, JavaScript will not send cookies with the request. If the request is for a domain that isn't the current domain, it just won't. That's the what is that called? I forget what that's called. Yeah. During this stream, 13 backend frameworks are created and 37 frontend. Yeah. Okay, but people are telling me we do this, we do this. This should do it now without a form post. Oh, I have to put it in quotes. Okay. Yeah, this syntax is weird. Super weird. Single quotes? Use double quotes, but escape it. Oh. Is it because this is like a JSON? Is this a JSON object? JSX-ish. Yeah, I can't figure this. I can't figure the syntax out. We would have to look into Blade and how it renders things. I guess if we use, here's the thing. If we use single quotes to define the attribute, then I shouldn't have to do this. Right? Yeah. Likes that better. Nah, we got it. We got it. Great work, everybody. Yeah, I'm glad we figured this out. So you could, I think if you want to use HTMX with Laravel, you would want to do something like this. And Rambling Geek, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. We're gonna end pretty soon, but I do appreciate the raid. What were you working on? I've been streaming for a while, and today is the anniversary. Oh, happy anniversary! Is it like how long? How long have you been streaming on Twitch? But yeah. What's the advantage? Does it still render the HTML? The initial page is rendered because of Blade, but then after that, HTMX is just running on the web page and it's doing like Ajax stuff. Okay. Yeah. 5 years. That's awesome. Congrats. Right. So today we tried Laravel and PHP. I've never used Laravel before. So we went through their Bootcamp tutorial, which taught us how to build like a simple Twitter clone. And we learned all about controllers and routes and models and all that good stuff. And then right now we did a speed run to figure out if I could get HTMX combined with Laravel, and we did. We got it working. Initially, we disabled CSRF protection, but now we figured out how to get it with CSRF working as well. Yeah, it is really cool. I will say, final conclusions about Laravel. It's pretty slick. It's full featured, batteries included. Everything you want to do is there, and it's just built into the framework. You don't have to go searching for other libraries. You can just use the stuff that's built in, and that's really cool. And also, because it's opinionated, everything is always in the same spot. So I could imagine, like, if you dropped me into a Laravel app, I could get up and going pretty quickly if I was familiar with what all these folders are for and what everything was and where everything lives and stuff like that. Cool. All right. Yeah. Yeah. Authentication, pagination, like 2 lines of code. How does Laravel compare to Angular? It doesn't, because Angular is fully just front end. I guess technically there are ways of doing server-side rendered with Angular. But Angular is, yeah, typically just front-end JavaScripts. Laravel does server. I mean, you can actually do both with Laravel, but we specifically are setting it up with server-side rendering, which is different from Angular. Yeah, but it shares the fact that it is opinionated, right? So when you go into an Angular app, it has like a components folder and it's all structured in the right way. So yeah, they do share that. The fact that they're both very opinionated is that. But it's not. I think there's Angular Universal. I don't, but that would be comparable to like SvelteKit or Nux. Without that, Angular is purely a front end framework. Yeah, let's check out Filament. What does this do? A collection of beautiful full stack components, the perfect starting point for your next app. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, a year or so back, I decided to like build a thing with .NET Core, and I mean, to get an API that had like Swagger documentation and authentication and everything else built in, that was all pretty much built in as well. But Laravel seems like it has a lot more, and it seems quicker to get it all integrated too. Okay, so I see. So Universal got dropped. Now it's just part of core. Okay, good to know. Panel builder, form builder, table builder, widgets. Where do I see the demo? Try our live demo. So what you're saying is we get like these charts and tables and stuff like this. It'll make CRUD pages based on your model? What? Insane. Okay, I think I'm gonna get out of here. This was great. This was a good time. Here's the thing: every single Try-Day Friday so far has gone really well in terms of like we set out to learn and build the thing with the new thing we were trying to learn. It might seem like I don't know, I'm too positive, but honestly, HTMX completely fine. Like regardless of the argument of if you would use HTMX or not, if you decide to use HTMX, it's pretty cool. It's fine. Rust, very cool. Fairly easy to get up and going for me. Laravel, very easy to get up and going. And yeah, so yeah, these Try-Day Fridays have been really fun for sure. Here's all my stuff. Yeah, and thank you everybody for hanging out. Thank you again, Fister, for that big dono. I appreciate it. So next Friday, we don't know what we're gonna do, but it will be probably one of these things. Next Friday, we'll vote at the beginning of stream. So Godot is a game framework. Java and Spring Boot are ways of making backend APIs with Java. This is open-ended, but some people want me to just do some machine learning stuff. Yeah, at this point, at some point, we need to try Adonis.js. Because this apparently is the equivalent of Laravel in the Node.js world. Yeah. But yeah, next week, beginning of stream on Friday, we'll vote on it. In the meantime, check out the schedule. I'll update this over the weekend of when I'm going to be live. Ideally, I'm going to be live on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Subject to change, but most likely Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Monday will be more of like a chill maintenance stream. Like I work on a lot of the overlays for my stuff. So like this is a custom app. This drop game is custom. The notifications that pop up are custom. All of that is like custom stuff. And so Monday has kind of been like our maintenance day where I'm just working on all of that stuff. And then Wednesday, we'll probably do Web Security Wednesday again. But maybe not. I'll be honest with you. It's not as popular as I thought it would be. Like I'm having fun with it. But yeah, like even this, I mean, I guess the popularity of the stream would be different than the popularity of the video, but I published this video yesterday and nobody cares. Nobody cares, which is fine. I understand that like this is like an explainer video. And if you already know what XSS is, you're not going to be interested in this video, but it tends to be that the topics that were covered on a live stream about Web Security Wednesday aren't doing as well as like individual videos on the channel. So for Wednesday, it's kind of up in the air. I care. Well, thank you, Itakita. But yeah, you can check out the schedule here. Also, we have a Discord if you want to go chat over there. You can follow my Twitter, and I have a mailing list. So if you want to get go live notifications, you can join the mailing list, the Discord, follow over on Twitter. Yeah, I just sub because of the security content, then I'll have to keep it going. So CSRF came up a lot today, cross-site request forgery. So if we had a web security topic, it would probably be that for next Wednesday. Yeah, I'll say it's tentative, but if we do, that's probably what it's going to be. All right, this is awesome. Stick around for the raid. If you are a sub, you can use this raid message. I need spicier titles. Yeah, I'm doing my best to avoid like clickbait and stuff like that, but you're right. I mean, my title is just too straightforward. But yeah, use those raid messages if you want to raid with us. And if you're watching over on YouTube, join us on Twitch and you'll get taken along with the raid if you just come over to Twitch. What else is on the menu? We could do more penetration testing stuff. So we could do more hack the box. We could do some stuff on try hack me. SQL injection would be another fun topic as well. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna get out of here. This has been super fun. Again, thanks for the raid from Automated and all the pirate software people that hung out. Thanks for the raid from Rambling Geek. Appreciate that. Thank you for all the subs today and gifts. That was huge. I appreciate you all. I'll see you all on Monday. So wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this.